Oh, yeah. Mm. Skull. Mm. Greetings from the thawing coast. Yeah. I'm just chilling. I just woke up probably, I don't know, an hour ago. KP. Ethan, what's up? Skull. Yeah. Pilgrim. Yeah, man. I got the day off. And I wanted to test some shit. I don't know. I have monetized. Yeah, I think I've monetized. So here we go, right? Tell me if there's like any kind of weird shit going on. Cane Corso. Skull. Something for the morning crowd. Uh, whoa! Whoa! Beyond. Beyond. Wow. Is this Sifu? Sifu Greg Zib? Wow. Amazing. Good to see you. Wow. Absolutely amazing. Uh, thank you very much. Wow. Outpost. Been up since 4 a.m. So yeah, Sifu Zib. Uh, wow. For the rooster. Yeah. Guys haven't check out. I can't make you blue. How do I gotta go on YouTube. Oh, gotta go on YouTube to make you blue. Yes, definitely want to make you blue. Yeah. Uh, back to my Shaolin Kung Fu days. Myrtle Beach. Oh, what's going on? No powers. No power. Yeah. Anyway, Teresa, welcome everyone. I can. I'm not a big fan of this thing on StreamYard. It just, yeah. Seeing Sifu here makes me want to get out there and do some cold weather tai chi. Man, good to see you. Uh, yes, that's that is my well, at the time he was a Lao Sure, Fred Christie, and obviously Sifu Fred Christie, and then this is his master Sifu Greg Zib, and it's legit. All right. Yeah, I'm shouting you out. That's right. Authentic Shaolin Kung Fu Studios. Right. I'm blessed and honored to be a part of that. His birthday was yesterday. Oh man. Such a profound mark on my life. Really, it was. Um, I'm an old man now, but I was quite the badass back in the day. Right. Even though I only made it to a yellow belt. So, but you know, I was trying to like sink everything I had into my job, pest control. It was a family business. It required me to do a lot of traveling, a lot of work at night. What's up, dear? And um, it yeah, I did the whole route, man. I did the whole route. It was eating good, uh, eating. We had a co-op going on, and I got away from all the bad foods. You know, I was training constantly. And then it just, I had to make a choice, right? Either stay in Myrtle Beach and be miserable, or hit the road and be more miserable, but you know, be that guy, be that company man. And uh, it didn't even work out in the end. I chose the company man, and it didn't work. What's up? Right with the agents. Hey, how you doing? Let's go. But told this story. It was one of the weirdest stories. Um, I didn't know that Seafood Christie had passed away. Because I had lost my job and got something else and moved back, and I moved not far from the dojo from Kwan. You can always Zoom with me. Right on, man. Uh, and I actually met Sifu Greg. He came to Myrtle Beach one time, and just a very dynamic individual. Just rah. It was great, and taught us a lot of lohans and a lot of cool things and stuff I use to this day. Afterwards, I became a bouncer at a club. I actually used this. It works. I forget what it's called, you know. But anyway, this, right, and basically you get somebody's face, this right here, like this, and you pin their arm back with the crane hook, and it worked. I escorted. It was a great escort. The guy was just like, uh, yeah, I got into the whole bouncing gig, which I mean, I was already, you know, being a Marine and working in corrections beforehand. But the Shaolin, it added more to it. It gave me more control over myself, right? And because you know when you're in that situation and that it escalates quickly, right? And you just want to, right? It was one of those things, show and tell. But this gave me some kind of a sense of calmness, uh, being able to react, being able to do stuff and to explode if I needed to. Real report. I remember I had broken my leg and I was on crutches working the door, and this guy came in, was acting a fool, and I literally fucking boom, R hot palmed him right in the chest, threw him back like 30 feet, and he was just like, what the, you know, it was that classic, don't, and he went flying. I was like, what the world, you know, and it worked. So, oh man, yeah, so Shaolin Kung Fu has enriched my life so much so. Now I'm in Ohio, and it just I found some other that's right. I found some other kung fu. There's a Shaolin Kung Fu place here. Does Tai Chi and Qigong. You know what? It's after Seafood Christie. I can't really look at other Tai Chi and Kung Fu places the same. I just can't. It's. I look at them, I'm like, what are y'all doing? I mean, you know, it's what are those? What are those? I'm just like, no, and I'm no, you know, I'm no expert at all whatsoever. Uh, you know, but it just I look at it. uh, I look at it like whatever. What are y'all doing? What's up, Dope Dog? But I just kind of look at him with a more critiquing eye, I guess you could say, and go, I don't know what that is. That's not kung fu. That's not tai chi. I don't know what y'all are doing. uh, I watched some kind of tai chi thing here, and they were just moving, like they were just kind of like dancing. I'm like, what are y'all doing? And then there was no there was no breathing. There was no intention to their form whatsoever, man. Like, do y'all know what y'all doing? Do y'all even know? Uh, so anyway, it was great to see you, Sifu, Beyond. Yeah. I should have stayed. I mean, it's one of those things that should have, would have, could have. I should have stayed. Um, I do my own kind of weird training. You can ask these guys around here. Where my house is a medieval dojo. Is a medieval armory. I've got swords, spears, axes. I'm very fond of my axes, and so sticks. I still have my staff from class. It's a lot of sweat equity on it. And I get out there and I do my little Jackie Chan impersonations, and the neighbors just like, who is this guy? Why is he running or flying around and everything? Uh, oh yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Um, it's just like a blast from the past, you know. I hear it. I hear your voices. I hear the voices, and I remember the lessons, and uh, you know, I still try to. I, I had them. I had all the the a lot of the forms memorized, and I still do them from time to time, right? And I'll go through it like Ili Kwam and uh, a lot of things, and there's some of it that I'm like, wait a minute, where was that one? It's only fragments. I don't I try to, like, if I get out there and do Tai Chi, I'll just kind of mix things up, and it's kind of weird. I'll do window paint or brushing the horse's mane. The qigong, I'll do that. I remember those, and but they're not in the right order. But what's up, Edverman? Yes, welcome. Well, thank you very much. I know you're. Thank you very much, Seafood Skull. It's a pleasure to see you. Pleasure to see you. I wish I could see. Oh, okay. We've got memberships going on. So that's the thing, too, folks. I have started memberships. Please don't expect too much from me. I just please don't expect too much from me. Okay. I have a very demanding job. Once again, I have a very demanding job, but this is not a family-owned business. And so, um, when I can, I will do live streams and put out content. And I love it. I love it. I don't even know how I'm going to get paid. I don't know how any of this works. I just jumped right into it and was like, here we go. Yeah, fuck it. Let's get monetized, whatever. Even though for years I was ideologically opposed to it. Here I am being monetized. Yeah, it's not going to change how I talk, though. It's not going to change what I say, how I say things, none of that. But who is this? Who has chosen to be a member? Oh my God, who is this? I still can't see. I still can't see you. Show and tell. Oh my God, thank you very much. Yes, cool. Thank you very much. I don't know how any of this works. I really don't. I don't know. But yeah, coffee first. How you doing? Coffee first, then speak, Skull. Hey, you know what? I've been neglecting my. Now I can't see any of chat. None whatsoever. I can't see any of chat. This is crazy. This is crazy. Even with my old man spectacles on, yes, I can't see nothing. Wow. Wow. I really do need to do some upgrade. That's the other thing too. I need to upgrade my my phone. I need to upgrade my tablet. I need to upgrade the whole system now. I probably get a laptop. I have two laptops. I just need to get them going. Yeah, I can't see nothing. I don't know what y'all saying. This is crazy. This is crazy. But I shared the link if you want to come up. Oops. 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 I screwed that up. Yep, totally screwed that up. Boom. Let's go here. What? No. What? No. Oh my god! I almost deleted everything, turned everything off. Wow, I am just a. You can tell early in the mornings. Early in the morning, rising to the street. Man, why can't I see chat? Maybe if I do this. Maybe if I do this thing. No, that's even worse. Yeah, that's even worse, y'all. Mm, amazing. Yeah, I wish I could see chat. Because chat's where it's at, y'all. Chat's where it's at. I mean, seriously, if you're not in, if I can't see chat, I mean, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to, how to respond to folks. Oh man. And I'm trying like hell, trying to get on YouTube on my little poor tablet, my slow little tablet, and it ain't working. It's very sad. Very, very sad. Yeah. Yeah. I do a lot of things, just tactical off top. What's up? Uh, push the button. I see. I can barely see that. Yeah. If you. Oh man, what's going on? What's going on? That's just so sad. Now it wants me to share a referral link, and that I I got nothing. I got nothing. This is cray cray. So cray cray. Oh man. So I don't know. I don't know how this works or how it okay, maybe if I change no. Okay. I like that better actually. But it doesn't help me in chat any. Wow. Wow. 17 minutes in and I can't see any of chat. I see lovely arms. I can see barely I can see chat. Epic failure. Epic failure. Epic failure. Epic failure. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to lazy morning live streams. Skull. What do you want to talk about? You know what? I've been I've noticed I have noticed myself getting a little bit more in YouTube, and so people have been really fucking pissing me off, right? Really fucking pissing me off, and it's trying to find my calmness, trying to find my cool. I've always had a problem with that anyway, right? Hey, Steve coming in here going, calm down, right? That's kind of what I hear, It's more like a calm down, right? It's like, oh, okay, right. So, trying to find my cool, my peace, my calm, and what happens is when you're peaceful and you're calm, especially in times of strife and adversity, you don't make a lot of mistakes because if you're moving on anger and emotion, ladies, right? Y'all know something about this. Then you have a tendency to make the wrong decision, make a bad mistake. Fools rush in, right? Fools rush in and meet their death sometimes, meet their folly. So it's very important to keep your cool, keep your calm. Even though my whole energy is chaotic anyway, it's madness. But of course, there's that sage portion of me, that arhat, if you will, portion of me that I like to envision that's inside me. I think that helps. I think it really does help. But pushing yourself hard. That's what I do. I push myself hard at work, and then I come home and it's like, everything hurts, everything's painful. Oh my god, all this. But I try. I never try to bitch about it. I've never been a big like complainer and bitcher. Let's bitch about this, bitch about that, because it doesn't get anything done. I mean, you might get it off your chest. You know what I'm saying? It gets you. You might get some kind of insight into yourself of like, oh, okay, well, if my work sucks and it's affecting me that much, right? What happens in that desperation is that we think, wow, this situation needs to change, when in all actuality it is me that needs to change, right? And yeah, I'm pulling back to the days of seafood. Your mind is like a garden. You decide what you want to grow in it, right? And so you want weeds and thorns. Hey, you get weeds and thorns. But if you want flowers and ferns and well, in our case, our prepping, you want tomatoes and squash and peppers, right? That's what you want to grow in your mind, man. And so and you think back to a lot of ancient texts talk about that. Think bearing fruit, right? What bears fruit? Does it bear fruit? And what does it take to be a gardener? What does it to grow something? You have to give it you know sunlight. You got to give it warmth. You got to keep it sheltered from pests. You have to give it some kind of good soil, fertilizer, right? So it can bear fruit, right? But if you just let it sit out there just out in the open, it's probably it might thrive. It might thrive because whatever. But your intention and your focus on it is everything. And you can taste it in the tomatoes. I can taste the love in the tomatoes. I can taste the hard work, the dedication, the blood. You cut yourself and you're digging it. Ow, 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 right? Or you get stung by a bee or something while you're picking the tomato, right? It's what's up? Oops, is that oops? I can barely see chat. Like it's like he's freaking big. He's tiny. It is very very tiny. Yes. So that's what I'm getting back to that, right? I'm getting back to that thing, and trying to do a good job at work, which I like to focus on something like that and just push myself into it. It's just that that dedication that thing I need to do, right? I need to dedicate myself to something, and usually it's work, and it's usually a good thing to dedicate into is your work, right? And yourself. So skull to all that. Mm. Oh, that's so good. Drinking my Cafe Bustelo, and yeah. Why does just chat just disappear like that? Yeah. I will. Oh, look at that! Hey, I got it back. I got chat back. That's cool. That's cool. Be charming. I haven't seen you in a long time. What's up, CUCB farmers? Now I'm in chat, y'all. Coffee, Teresa, advert, and yeah. So coffee, you know, Tiger, oops, Pilgrim. All right. So yeah, coffee, so and also, yeah, right. And if I click on something. Oh, there I am. Okay, yeah. Here we go. Yeah. All right, cool. Jules, what's up, Jules? And so, man, yeah, I know. Work. We'll catch replay. Have a great one. Take care, Jules. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. And so coffee, Zombie Force, what's up? And so coffee, like hard work and dedication is, as you know, Thermite 911, John, what's up? John H. It helps with the anxiety. It helps with the hypervigilance. It helps with all the mental stuff when you can like just focus on your focus and work yourself. Basically, you work yourself to death, right? Get some shit done. Your mind has to focus on that job, on that task at hand, and it helps with the mental physical activity. It's true. Physical activity. Advert. What's up? How's JD doing? I hope the family's fine. So it allows us to be better people. It does. It's yeah. I've heard this before from some people, some vets and stuff. They said that the best therapy they ever had was going to the gym. I'm like, what? Yeah, just going to the gym. And reflecting on that, when I was I went, I had a DWI in the Marine Corps, and I spent some time. I was a drunk. I was a drunk, and I they put me in the 14-day program, whatever that thing is. Right, I forget these names. And so I just they had a gym there, and I just jumped into the gym, and like was working my ass off, like I'm going to talk about that, Pilgrim. But I had no alcohol. No alcohol is allowed, right? And there was a gym. I'm working out, and I was working out like angrily, and then they had a punching bag. Oh my god, a punching bag, and I was just going. You can take out all your frustrations. You can focus all your pain, your hate, your frustrations, your aggravation, all that stuff right there. In your workout, in the what's up, Ronnie? And it did me too, Pilgrim. It did me too. But Ruby Redbud, what's up, Ruby Red? You changed your name, Rooster. All right, gotta go feed. All right. Neverett Brickstein 8771. Morning, y'all. Neverett, welcome. I've seen you around. Moonsprout. Oh, is that Moonsprout? Okay. So, and it did. It helped out immensely in my whatever recovery, which it instilled it. I was inspired by a mindset. I was like, okay, fine, I quit. Right? I just quit. And they're like, oh, how can you just quit? Yeah, I just quit. What? And so for like years, I didn't drink. Now, when I got out of the Marine Corps, that's what I did. Is I turned to weed and video games. Just weed and video games, and it helped. That saved me because I was so freaking just sprung. I was high strung, man. Everything I said was like this. Hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you. Right? It was like, whoa, chill with the aggressiveness. Why are you yelling? Oh, I'm not yelling. Right? I was so intense. And so nobody could talk to me, whatever. Nobody couldn't do anything. I couldn't get anywhere. And I was quick to snap on people, and just let go, especially at work. Which kind of helped, I guess. I mean, they were like, "Wow, he's a go-getter," and wow, even the bosses and the managers were like, "I don't want to talk to Shad." He said, "I got an issue with him, but I don't want to say nothing." So I was kind of left to do my own thing. But yeah, weed and video games worked and helped, but then I had to put it down. Then it's like, oh, okay. All right, I'm done with that. I do miss those days, but it's been years, right? But medicinal mushrooms helped me out a lot over the past 5 years. So now I'm going to mess up chat because I do this. Okay, but I can just go back to chat with this. I figured it out. But I've thought about the microdosing. I don't need it. I don't need it anymore. I just don't need it anymore. It's not something I need anymore. And I think sorry, what the fuck? Where's the fireball? It's a clean shirt. Boom. Dehydration. Awesome. A love affair. Ruby red. But it's doing the hard work on yourself with no additives, no preservatives. Literally, that's it's the hardest way, but it's the best way. You get everything you need right there doing the hard work on yourself. It sucks, but you got to be able to embrace the suck, right? And that was the thing with me is it's the emotions, these feelings, these urges, right? They fly, they come and they go. It's like the wind. They pass like the dust. They're like dust in the wind. Oh, we are the dust in the wind, right? Same thing with your emotions and all these feelings, anxiety, right? Same thing. My cigarette keeps going out. And I'm all over the place, man. What's up? Right. I know, right? Everybody's changing their name. Well, that's the thing. Everybody wants to be different. Everybody grows and does everything differently. And I mean, I've changed my name. I don't know how many times. YouTube, mine, but not here. Not here. I like being Mad Chad. But coffee, it's the people. We have shields now instead of a wrench. Oh yeah, so I'm working on emojis. I'm working on there's memberships, right? So I don't know. That'd be a good idea to talk about. What do y'all want to see from me? As far as like membership content, shit like that. What would you like to see from me? Right, sane Chad. Yeah, yeah, right, John H. Yeah, it's like I think Caroline Henderson said it best. There's always a storm brewing over the horizon. Uh, but there's a calmness, right? We need a defense item instead of a tool to throw at people. Uh, it's I like that. I like that an analogy of my I'm a storm that's over the horizon. I'm gonna get back into that Pilgrim trial by axe, but it was an assault wrench. I'd like to have instead of wrenches axes, like y'all talked about that. So I would love to have like axes. So I've got like I had to pick three. I only wanted to do like 99 cent memberships, but there's not 99 cent, 8.99, and then $20. I'm like, what the fuck? So uh, right through. But yeah, so yeah, okay, some trial by act stuff. But I like having that. And another reason why I haven't done trial by acts is it sucks because trial by acts is definitely a chat thing. I gotta be able to see chat. I only get like 1 to 2 lines of chat in this setting in this format. So, I would love to see like a live stream panel chat, a live stream panel trial by acts, which worked pretty good. I think it worked better. If no one has a wrench, then what good is a shield? Right? Never it. So okay, so maybe some trial by axe membership stuff. I don't know. Oh, lofty arms. I'm just gonna change the ammo. I might do that later on today. Go to some different gun stores and get some different ammo. I don't know, and maybe shoot it if I can. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see about that. Uh, right now, it's just on the back burner. So we'll get into that. The can's great. The can works. It really works. Book discussion, random panel is always interesting too, right? I'm known for that. Say what you want. Be kind of. What's up, Don? Uh, who are you? I made you blue, but the name has changed. Don Edwards. Don. What's up, Don? Morning. Ooh, I'm in chat or something. Something's happening. and YouTube on my tablet. Maybe I can get it. Maybe I see chat better. But even then, it doesn't load. It doesn't whatever. Oh, that was it right here. This crap right here. This crap. Magtech. I don't know if you see it. I can't see myself. I can, but that's this stuff. Magtech 147. 147 grain subsonic. It sucks for mine. Red Horse Homestead. Morning, kids. Yeah. So, alrighty, boom, getting into chat. I think hopefully, SB prepared. Boom. What's up? What's up? Yeah. Finding that calm and that peace. It doesn't mean you have to do nothing, right? It means you have to do something to be able to do that work on yourself, man. I always feel I always feel much better after I just tired and exhausted. Think about a dog too, right? A dog does the same thing. A dog has to be run just absolutely to the point of exhaustion, and they're a happy dog, right? They're a happy dog. They come home, they sleep. They eat, they sleep. They're like, oh hey, how you doing? When you have that pent up aggression and pent up anxiety. I got to do something. Cabin fever, right? Talking about winter, right? Everybody's been stuck in the house. Everybody's like, oh god, it's snowing, it's ice outside. I don't want to walk around. I don't want to do nothing, right? It's you can do stuff in the house. Keep stuff, do things in the house that I like to do arts and crafts time, of the winter time. Let's do some stuff inside the house. Let's create some things. Let's organize things, clean things. I mean, it's fun, I guess. What's up, Joe? To hibernate, for the winter. But yeah, whatever. But you still got to keep doing stuff, right? And get your mind off things. Get yourself just active and your mind active. I play a lot of chess. I play with myself. Yes, I play with myself in chess. And sometimes I win. Most of the time I win. Most of the time I lose. So it's weird. I just played a chess game yesterday. Right, Joe? I used to take it right off and put it in the freezer. Like that's if it would start beeping, I would just reach up there and just rip it off the fucking ceiling and throw it in the freezer, and it stops it. Like, I give up playing with myself because I find it's more fun having help. Oh God. I don't know who you are, Red Horse. I know you're Red Horse. You know who I am. You know who I am. Okay. Yeah, be careful. Be careful, Joe. They're very critical about burning stuff around here. I'm still getting shit about burnt bacon. Okay. I know who it is. Welcome, Red Horse. Nothing burns. Yeah, it's just smoke. It's just a little smoke, and there you go. But finding that comment, it allows you to gather your thoughts more. Bart, right? Yeah, see, KP and oh, Yankee. Okay, right on, dude. Right on. Good to see you. Good to see you, Yankee Skull. Meet the wolf. Oh God. Oh wow. Oh, oh wow. Yeah. 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 Tiger. Yankee. Still waiting on my. I got something. I guess. And I can see myself. Look at that. Here we go. But can't see chat yet. I figured I'd just do a little live stream, while I'm in a nice, calm, relaxed state. I'm kind of chilling. Got my first week long vacation routine in a while. Mass casualties or the big dirty. Right. What's up, Billy? Skull. Oh yeah. I will drop the link again if anyone wants to come up, talk some shit. There we go. And I do this and then this, and I get back in the chat. I get 2 lines of chat. 2 lines. That's all I get. So I gotta watch chat religiously. Boom. There we go. So yeah, being active, and of course taking some time for yourself, right? That's also very important. It's usually work. It's hard. It's long days. It's whatever. Okay, everybody, we're gonna pause the live stream because Coffee has to leave, and she'll be right back. So please refrain from commenting, and I will refrain from talking. Okay, I can't do it. Anyway, please feel free to talk about coffee while she's gone. What's up, Southern Dave? Boom, skull. Oh yeah. Yep, she probably got to get some more coffee. That's probably what she got to do. Yeah. Get some more coffee. Nom nom nom. Yeah, I see all these names. I'm like, okay, Ruby Red, that's Gypsy. Red Horse, that's Yankee. It's like, yeah. But that's the other thing too, is engaging your mind, right? When I all right, take care, Teresa. When I play chess, the opponent I give him a mindset. I give him a level. Yeah, and so there's 2 people in my head that are strategizing, right, on the chessboard as I'm playing. Myself, just me. I'm playing a fictional opponent in my head, and it works. It's the same thing. Hey, same segue. It's the same thing in kung fu or martial arts. When you're doing these forms, you're doing something against what somebody is doing to you. Like there's a punch, there's a kick, and there's a set movement that you're doing, right? But I try to. It's really hard to try to randomize what's going on in chess. French toast is my favorite breakfast food. Ooh, nice. Eggs, bacon, sausage, and waffles. I like a waffle. Yeah. Pancake maybe, but I dig a waffle. Maybe some hash browns, but eggs, bacon, I'm good to go. Biscuits and gravy if I'm really want some comfort food. A good biscuits and gravy with some sausage and bacon, a breakfast bowl. Ooh, cornbread. I haven't had cornbread in a long time. I don't know what it is. You don't eat your cornbread. Fried taters. I don't know. But having you hear backwoods. Catagen, what's up? Good to see you. Skull. But it helps you to, in that mindset, it helps you to prioritize your movements, prioritize your actions. I forget the term, but there's this thing that happens in high stressful situations, like say war and stuff, where okay, your priority is to get to the front lines, right, and to do a flank or something like that. And you're focusing on putting rounds on target and moving, shooting, and communicating. Meanwhile, there's somebody back there that's tying their shoes, or there's somebody that's obsessed, with making sure that everybody is shaved, or just like, what? Wait a minute, no, we're in war. It's let's go. Uh, this is the order. This is the priority right here. It's not making sure that everything is on the left side, and or make sure that your chevrons are nice and shiny and straight. But that's part of it, and make sure your shoes are tied a certain way. That was when it's got to be left over right, left over right. I'm like, man, well, who cares? Who cares right now? Nobody cares right now. Where are your boot bags burning? They fell off. I don't get it. It's not a priority, right? Most people cook their food. I don't like peep behind me. There's a peep. You got peep. I don't like. Yeah. Oops, that's I do not either, unless I really, really, really trust them. But there's always somebody back there that's doing something. They're stressed out, and they're really like, this is super ultra important. You're like, no, it's not. I need you up here, right? Why are you obsessed with this little task that you're doing when the priority should be this? Same thing in life, right? Right now it's tax season. Tax season. What are your priorities in tax season, right? Most of my priorities, and I'm the world's worst at doing tax. I got like 2 years backed up on tax. Three now. I got 3 years backed up on tax. I just don't do it. It's not a priority to me. It's not a priority to me to sit down and just go through some bureaucratic, paperwork and all this, all that, and having people question me, and it's not a priority. So I would rather just prefer to work on my priority of getting gas in my truck, right? Getting sleep at night, good sleep. I want to keep to my regimen. I want to keep to my schedule, which works for me. That is my priority. And then a monkey wrench like taxes, is like, okay, well, I'll get to that whatever I can. Well, you got to do your taxes. Well, I guess. Okay, I don't really care. It's not a big priority. It's an involuntary anyway. Had too many idiots with loaded guns around me. Oh, I know. I've same here. Somalians going to eat bananas and rice if the government doesn't steal from us. How does the Somalians? I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. But the priority, and you look at the priorities of say the government and things of that nature. Your job, right? Usually, a job is all about its mission accomplishment and then employee welfare, right? Sleep, what's that, right? Well, it is a priority. You got to prioritize sleep, or you're just going to be worth the shit. You ain't going to be worth the shit in the morning, for the rest of the day. You're going to make problems for yourselves. You're going to make bad decisions. You're going to go to sleep. You're going to fall asleep at the wheel, right? Especially if you're a driver, right? And I work in the delivery business. It's very important to get a good night's sleep before the morning time, which is early in the morning. So my bedtime is like 7, 8, 9. It all depends, right? If I can get like a good 7, 8 hours of sleep, I'm good. I know I'm not going to fall asleep at the wheel or make bad decisions. I'm going to be able to be vigilant. So it's very important. And another priority is food, right? I've been working on that as well. Like, it's real easy to just jump out that truck and go into a convenience store and grab a bag of chips or a candy bar and not think anything. I just got to stuff something down my mouth, get something in my stomach, whatever the case may be. And then later on, you pay for it. You're like, oh man, that was a bad idea, right? No roller food. You're like, oh no, I hate that thing. It sucks. You pay for it. You pay for it later. You do. And then you wonder why you're like you get the gut and you feel like sluggish and So, but the priority of what you put in your body, right? I do a lot of supplements and a lot of proteins and things like that. Now I've had to do I'm on creatine. I do my creatines, and I now I have to do electrolytes to keep the cramps away, right? So it's very important to prioritize what you put in your body. What you do with your body, what you do with your mind. And that's the other thing too is I've learned throughout the day, throughout the years, is, and think about what the Amish said. Social media entertainment is a cesspool pipe going straight into your mind, right? So consuming the right consumptions. Yeah, I'm getting. Thank you, Sifu. The Eightfold Noble Path, right? Right consumption, right? What am I consuming? What am I consuming? Now, I love and I am obsessed with news and things of that nature, but I look at it in a different way. It doesn't affect me like everybody else. I take it all in as intel, and and I analyze it. Is it information or misinformation? You know what I'm saying? I look at the spin. I look at the generation of it, the intent of it, right? The source of it. I why are we being told this? Why is this coming out now? I ask these questions in my head, or I also keep a very unbiased kind of just, I observe it just like you would observe the world, right? Just like you would just go about your daily life and observe things. It doesn't affect me much. It doesn't. I definitely don't feel a lot of emotion about it, even if it is something. I do feel some emotions, especially with the new thing about the beef jerky and pizza and grape soda. Right, the funding behind it. Yeah, it's so. What's behind what's behind the curtain kind of thing, right? Yeah, uh, but not necessarily. It could be just news. Yeah, it could be actually facts of just somebody stupid doing something. What's up, Paul? Shad audio is breaking up. Is it really? Great. So I think I can change that if I can. Yeah, because I'm not using this. Carol Ann Henderson, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to Boom. All right. How about that? Is that better? Let's turn my TV off. That could work. Uh, Still can't get in chat like that. Uh, Overdrive mic. Is it really? It is. It's that bad. Crackle. We have a crackle. Yeah, I don't know how to do any of that. How to fix that? There's no. It doesn't give me anything. All right, take care of yourself, Ruby Red. Thanks for hanging out with us, stopping by and chilling. How's it really, CV Farmer? It's not bad. Okay. Snap, crackle, pop. I'm sorry. I hope it's tolerable. I hope it is tolerable. Maybe that's what I'll do today is go try to fix my phone or something. I don't know. I might switch over to Verizon. I don't know. Yeah. They say they can give me better phones and be cheaper. Like, really? All right. Take care of yourself, Ruby Red or Moon Sprouts. Is it Moon Sprouts? Yeah. So Ruby. Oh. Uh, I like my morning. I'll do some. I like to sit, drink my coffee, and yeah, go do my business in the bathroom. and then I do little task, little things, little tasks that I have a morning ritual. I do some push-ups, and I put my gear together. What I'm gonna take for the day, right? Uh, and then yeah, and then I head out. So I guess it's still good. I can understand what you're saying. Okay, thank you, Miko Wolf. Thank you. I know. I'm sorry, folks. Terrible live stream, terrible content, and I just monetized. And now there's all this. If you're looking to switch shed, take a look at Visible. They are a branch of Verizon. They're cheap on prices, so you can buy phones from them and import most from to the what? There's something in the way. All right, cool, Paul. I might just do Verizon. Verizon and T-Mobile have been in this like constant war with each other, and uh, nothing beats the morning buzz. I used to do that. I used to do that. I did. But I realized something about weed. Blackbird, what's up? And it's different for most folks, but for me, it depends on the type, right? It depends on what I'm doing, what I'm smoking. There are times when I would smoke and I would clean my whole fucking house, do my taxes, you know, put the brakes on my car, all that shit before 12. I was just like super active. Uh, and then there's other times where I would just smoke weed, and depending on the weed, right, and do nothing, and be happy and content in doing nothing. See, that's the problem. That's a problem. So it's kind of inconsistent, you know. Um, I can be super creative. I can be super creative and super focused and things like that, or I could just be a couch lounge lizard. Just the lumbar so is dragging you down. You get the mic on very high sensitivity. I don't know how to change the sensitivity of the mic. I'd have to look into that, and it's not giving me the option. uh, but for me, it's a now. I don't. It's been so long. Morning, Mud Butt. What's up, Cha Cha? Skull. Yeah, I'm working on my Mud Butt right now. So yeah, I'll be hitting the can here soon. Sitting on the throne, going Mud Butt. So I don't know. I don't know. I plan on being more positive. Yeah. I mean, I've always been a kind of positivity kind of person anyway. Even when shit's going south, I'm like, wow, what a glorious day. Like, what are you talking about? Shit sucks. I'm like, yeah, but we got this opportunity to be here. We got this, we're in this environment. We're going to remember this for the rest of our lives. Oh, okay, right. And yeah, I'm that guy. I'm that guy that will say good morning to you when you're dragging ass, in regret that you're at work. I'm gonna walk up to you and go, "Good morning," and just keep going. And they're like, "Huh?" Good morning. It's a glorious day in Cleveland. What? No, it's not. Yeah, it's snowing outside. There's ice everywhere. I didn't fall. I didn't bust my ass on the ice. It's a good day. It's a good day. Got a FIFO everything. What is FIFO? Fuck in, find out. It's just a. I kind of like it's kind of like that guy on the Apocalypse Now. The cab general. Ah, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. That kind of guy. That kind of thing. Like, wow. What? Charlie don't surf. First in, first out. Okay. FIFO. First in, first out. There you go. Yeah. So, Shad, what made you decide to monetize? It's been a thing that's just been going on for a long time, and a lot of content creators are like, "What? Just monetize. Just do it, man. There's nothing to it. Just monetize." So monetize memberships, emojis, and it's kind of fun. Like I can set up. I'm working on like custom emojis and shit. Um, and it is actually kind of motivation for me to get back into regular uh, things on YouTube. Because if you haven't noticed, I've just been taking a back seat to everything. I used to do a video every day. Now it's like once every 2 weeks on the weekends. You know, it's like well, and it's right. I might as well. I mean, I should have done all this when I was doing every day. Never forget making videos every day. Uh, doing videos every day, doing live streams every night. You know, every weekend, every night on the weekends. So and I know I have a platform, I have a structure, I have a schedule, and then I get to just throw all kinds of weird things in there, right? Um, you know, yeah, you got lazy with that mud butt dragging you down, right? It does. I mean, actually, it's being preoccupied. It's being focused and preoccupied in work, right? And work and recovery, right? So work and maybe access. Yes, they will. Blackbird. Yes, they will. They will. That's in the work. That's in the works. That's in the mix. This is the motivation, right? This is the motivation. Okay, y'all gonna pay for content? Well, I might as well make some fucking content, right? Why don't I make some content? You know, boom. Oh my God, look at this. So that's $20. That means I get 10. Congratulations on your mind. So it does work. It does. Thank you very much, Caroline Henderson. And Cha Cha can tell you, I will turn down your money. Try to give me money. I'm like, I don't want it. No, I'm good. I'm good. And I've always been that kind of person, right? Like, hey, you want some money? No, I'm good. But you're broke and you got no job. I'm good. You know what I'm saying? You just fuck it. Just keep going. It does kind of obligate you, right? When people give me money, it kind of obligates me to, help, interact, whatever. Damn it. See, look at y'all. Cha Cha, Caroline Henderson. Thank you very much. And so also this will help to fund the live stream, the channel, because this does cost me money, especially this $44 a month. I have to pay $44 a month for this, for this StreamYard and everything. And then of course there's Wi-Fi and all that crap that you got to pay for. It does actually cost money. So and I already know I'm not going to be like big time with millions of subscribers, even though a lot of my videos, which if you go to your analytics, get like thousands of, like my can, it got 2.5 thousand views of me failure range day. It was melt breakup as far as the ice warmer temps say 60s. When it's going to be tomorrow, this week we're going to be in the 50s, Paul, but there's still like 80-foot to 100-foot banks of snow everywhere that will never go away till spring. It's 50 to 60 degrees. A lot of shit will melt, but then it gets like below freezing at night, and it all freezes again. So it gets like a crust on it, and then it just turns into, well, get that mud butt to work. That's the motivation I need. Cha Cha, get that mud butt to work. Yes, get to work. Blackbirds, right? Yeah, just take a nap. Like, I'm tired. I gotta go to bed. I'll keep the video going. And because chat's where it's at. Y'all have fun. Y'all self-regulate in chat. And it's also kind of like a cool place to hang out, right? It's like you're just hanging out with your friends. Just I'm over here snoring, and y'all just doing your own thing, and somebody comes in, right, boom, you just nail them. Right, get out of here. This is our private chat. Looking to get some time on the lake and stream. So, ooh, nice. Need to make some bank withdrawals for some yellow. Okay. I guess Cha-Cha like Mudbutt and Jody. Oh man. Right. So you got a sleep stream. Sleep stream. I mean, there's people that do that shit. I mean, I do everything, I guess, but yeah. So any kind of ideas you can come up with, you want to see from me, I will take it into consideration and go from there. Carol Ann, these lives are the modern day keg parties, right? Without the kegs, because we're a little bit older and we're like, let's drink some coffee. I drink a beer every now and then, but I'm like 2-3 beers, I'm good, I'm done. All right, Dawn, that's a great idea. I'm still going. I still don't have to. I still don't have to mud butt. So axes, yes, axes, yes, axes are coming. Axes are coming. Ooh, maybe during the game, like the trial by axe game, those memberships have like there's like a cheat code or something. I don't know. I don't know. Like you get some kind of unfair advantage. I don't know. Couple bug out weekends with the keg parties. I mean, Paul, you would think that, but it's more like coffee. Maybe some cheap beer. Yeah. Take care, Don. Cha-Cha, Jody is yours and has been. Oops and Cha-Cha with Jody. I don't know. And so y'all have your own things that y'all do. Y'all have your own things that y'all build and make in chat and have been doing it for years. And I'm not even a part of it. Like, I'm not even a part of that conversation. It's just y'all doing it organically. And that's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. So excited. Go ahead, maybe next time. Yeah. So, yeah, it's cool. I'm digging this. Jody is with you. Jody is with you always. Yeah. Oh. Once Shad wants to be a dudette. No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I'm good. I'm good. It's like Cha-Cha, I mean, and it's a good entertainer while I'm loading loads of feed up and delivering the loads to different groups of at work. Oh, okay. Yeah, so you got your earbuds in, you just listening along. CUCV farmer. Yeah. Right. And I talk. That's what I do. I talk. I talk constantly, right? Just constantly just talking away. Da, 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 da. Right. And it's even better if I get somebody up here with me, right? Boom, like that. So boom, boom. There we go. Yeah, lazy morning. Just allowing myself to just have that time to myself. It's very important. I like to wake up early in the morning. Magic, I don't know. I would know better if there's going to be when this year or not for vision. It's a maybe. I'm just going to say it's a maybe. It's a possibility. It's a maybe, or it's a maybe not. Yeah, I'll rant. I'll continue to rant. I'm in trouble now, folks. Billy, how are you doing? Skull.
I'm all right. How are you, Skull?
Skull.
I figured nobody else had the guts. I might as well.
Hey, why not? Yes.
It's cold in Michigan, damn it.
Yeah, it's what we got a heat wave. It's like 27 degrees out there.
Well, it is here too, but it still feels that cold when you're sitting outside.
Oh yeah, Yep. Oh, okay. I broke it. Okay, here we go.
Good morning, Chad. How's everybody today?
I am good. It's my day off, and I figure I'd do a live stream. I miss doing your morning live streams. I
Do
do.
you know that I met most of the people that I know on YouTube in your chat?
Connection. Yeah. All right. Take care, Blackbird. Got to fly. Shit to do. Cool.
Yeehaw! Yeehaw! See ya! Brr! So I'm having coffee with Metal this morning.
All right. Good
Yeah.
morning, Metal.
Good morning, Metal. And getting my plants around to plant, and I have spent way too much time inside. I'm ready for warm weather.
Yeah, I see this too. I am too, and I see this around here. People have started to wear shorts.
Are you kidding me?
It's cold as hell, but they're wearing shorts. They're like, I want spring, damn it, now. You know?
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. Tell my other dudette to get up here so we can make you a full-grown dudette too.
I'm not a dudette.
I think you should be one of our dudettes.
No, I'm not a dudette. Y'all
Damn.
can't make me do that. I mean, as much as y'all try.
Well, I just wanted to get up here and tell you I'm ready for axes. Way past due.
I know.
Everybody misses it. Everybody discusses it all the time. So you haven't been forgotten by no means.
I know.
And I really don't think we're going to quit.
That's good. That's good.
We're going to stay on your butt until you do it.
I mean, so many people have just called me out going in other live streams and other things. Like, what the fuck? Where's Trouble Axe? I'm like,
Well, that was the Saturday night hangout. Everybody planned on being there Saturday night to play axes.
Yeah.
And then when it got to be men and women against each other, it was more fun.
Yeah. Team Woot. Team Yeet.
You betcha. The more you could cut off a man, the better it was.
Right. Right. There you go. I mean, yeah, and I loved it. I loved it. And it's something y'all came up with. I mean, it was nothing I did.
Well, you know, when you put Grace and me and Dudette in the same place, you're going to get trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and I like to encourage that. I do.
I know you do. Egg it on. You do so good at it.
Yeah, I can poke. I can poke people.
You can poke. You can poke.
Poke the bear. Let's go. Right. Yeah. You know, like Trent says, I like to poke the bear. I don't know. Inspiration. Inspired. I inspire you to get that fire. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, that
right.
fire's been there for 60 years, bro.
I bet. And now you have an outlet. You're like, hurrah! Maxes at you.
Yeah, throw them axes. All right, brother, you have a great day. I just got out of bed, believe it or not. And, well, I didn't go to bed till almost 3 o'clock. So I just got out of bed, not even had a cup of coffee yet, haven't had a smoke yet. So I'm going to go have a smoke and drink my coffee. But I wanted to tell you to have a blessed day because you're wonderful, Mad Chad, and our world wouldn't be the same without you in it.
Please.
Don't. Love, gentlemen, after many years, you deserve what you get, and you should have it all, Chad.
Please.
I love you very much, and I love our chat. Y'all have a blessed day. I'm going to go down and chat.
Thank you very much, Billy. Yeah,
you're welcome, buddy. You have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You too. Skull. Wow. Well, thank you very much. That was great. Yeah. I don't know what to say now. I don't know what to say. Yeah, Travel Axe to come back. And we'll do some. I'm already thinking about it now. We'll do some members only chat or members only Travel Axe, and of course, you know, I'm trying to think of a way to give you some kind of unfair advantage. You know, I mean, so right. Thank you, Billy. Thank you. Yeah, for years, right? That's the thing. For years, you know, Billy, Metal. I mean, there's so many of us have been hanging out together for years. I'm not fond of Bud Butt. Right. I can't take credit for that. That's all you, Cha Cha. Well, actually, I might have said Mud Butt, but Dave Chappelle, right? Mud Butt. There's so many things that just come out of my mouth that inspires y'all and inspires me. So you know, things that y'all say in chat. So right, Jules. I mean, Jules. When I met Jules, she had towels. She literally had towels and hand towels that had knife hands on it. I mean, I was just like, what? Woo, fucking woo! Get it, Billy. Yeah. Uh, I mean, there's so much going on, you know. And yeah, we do. We inspire each other. I mean, Carol Ann Henderson painted a picture of me, an actual portrait. You know, so I mean, there's so much love. KP Heathen, he's always he wood burns amazing things for me. I treasure those things. I do. I treasure those little things. Mac, I've got like axes and things from him. You know, all these things. Uh, I just so much love, man. Just so much love. You know, two favorite axes and pies, right, Paul? 5 feet wide. I mean, really, Carol Ann Henderson. Yeah, it's you haven't seen that. Boom. It's and she entered it into a contest, and that video is really that's what I was talking about too, Carol Anderson. I love that analogy of the just there's a storm always over the horizon. Uh, Magnates, yeah, the magnets, yes, the magnets. I passed them all out. Carol Ann Henderson, I passed them all out at the bug out weekend. Gave them some folks. Uh, right. Rabbit morning skull. I mean, it sucks. I want to make content. I want to make merch. I want to make some merch. Yep, Jules got one. Yep. Oh boy, we have to post the video link here for of your video. Post it. I mean, you know, and you know, I love that, and I'm touched. I'm touched by what people because I don't think I'm deserving or worthy of that. You know, I really of all that praise and everything. You know, I'm just more magnets, more magnets, right? Um, my only critique is that it's rainbow. That's my only critique. But that's your vision. That's how you see it. So you carry out us, and we care about you. Right on, Carol Ann. Right. So I mean, we've been friends for a long time. We're all just kind of connected in this community. You know, just so much, and a lot of folks I've met. Right. A lot of folks I really would like to meet. You know, I'd love to meet all y'all. Um, small community, small you know thing. Stop it! You bring us all together, right? I'm still waiting on my metal for breakfast magnet. Oh, KP, I had one. He sent me one years ago, and I fucking lost it. I don't know where it is. Kiss off. What's up? Good morning. Good morning. Yeah. So many things. So many. You know. KP, I'll send it. Yeah, I had a Mud Butts United. I don't know about all that. I mean, that'd be cool. I would love to be able to just punch out some merch, you know, inspired by y'all. You know, really eating pizza. Ooh, early in the morning, eating pizza. Oh, it's 10:30. I don't know. Uh, uh yeah, it's amazing, man. It's absolutely amazing that we've we've been hanging out and talking shit to each other for years, absolute years. I mean, and we all know that the whole world is going to shit. It's going in a different direction, than what it's not. It's the world is still a weird, dangerous, evil place. Yet we all find a way to come together in love and camaraderie and positivity, in like-mindedness, and hang out. I mean, I don't talk a lot about preparedness and things like that, but I do. I mean, right? So we all do. We 5 years since North Shore sent me here. Wow, really, cha-cha. Deshaun, Skull, North Shore. Yeah, Michigan. I mean, we promote, and I love that. I love that we just kind of just promote each other and promote this. We have a different. Maccabeus. Look at that beautiful blue sky above your head. Look at that.
It's great, isn't it? Get in there, boy.
Wow.
Get in there.
5 years. It's been 5 years. Wow. Really?
Yeah, no, boy. Let me get situated here.
I'm loving that blue sky, man. That's beautiful.
Oh, it's been lovely this week. Yeah, Pilgrim just texted me and said you was live. I only been awake maybe about 30, 40 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. What's up, buddy? Dog's all excited. Could you hear him?
Yeah. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Hey. I remember you.
Come here. Yeah.
There's that face. Hey. All right, take care, Paul. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So how you been there, Mac? Here, your tumors are shrinking. The weather is getting better. What else is going on?
Oh, been getting outside and getting stuff done, getting stuff cleaned up. You know what a wreck it is. And 2 years, stuff just piling up and getting moved around, and
Yeah.
had a big bonfire yesterday.
Ooh, nice. Nice.
Doing real good.
Wow. Good. Good to hear, man. Good to hear, brother.
Things kind of leveling out financially.
Well, that's good.
Had a lot of things getting caught up on from the last couple of years, and I'm getting there. Things doing pretty good now.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir. Yep. I mean, good news is always on the way, right? I mean,
Yeah, that's for sure.
ooh, right on, Rabbit. Man, I'm gonna have a big bonfire. Yeah, I miss a good bonfire. Those are good times, man.
I need to buy me one of them deals to attach to my dash to put my phone in.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I break them all. That's what I. I'm like, oh yeah, this looks cool, and I try it out for a couple months, and I break it somehow. The one that I found that so far is working out pretty good is it kind of sucks because I can't. It fits into your CD player. Like it slides into your CD player and it just locks it right in. It's very stable. I haven't broke that one yet, but I'm working on it. I've hit it a few times with the gear shift. I can break anything.
Did you get that at Walmart or Amazon or what?
I got that at Best Buy. Yeah, Best Buy. Yeah.
I'll shop around, see if I can find one.
I don't like to go on Amazon, obviously. I don't like to do mail order stuff. I will, but I like to physically go to a store, pick up an object, look at it, poke it, inspect it, chew on it, see if it, and say, okay, I like this. Right?
Yeah.
Ask questions, because I've bought things online and you're like, well, damn, this sucks. This doesn't work, you know?
Yeah, I'd rather do that too, but I live so far from anything. It's 2 hours to a city where there's any stores or anything, So.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, that also means that when you find that, for me, it's like, I live like, 30 minutes away from Cleveland or whatever. And so I'll make a trip and I know it's going to be a day trip and I know I prioritize like, hey, this is my mission. This is my task. I'm going to do this thing and da, 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 da. And so I appreciate it, more when I make that trip, right? Cha-cha, right? Going to Best Buy and chewing on things. Yeah, the salesman, they kind of look at me weird, but you chew on it, you buy it. But I feel better about my decision of purchasing an item.
Yeah, that's for sure. I wish they had a good military surplus store around here. We used to have one down in the town south of me, and yeah, he's been dead for probably 25 years. A lot of his stuff was like World War II and World War One.
Yeah.
I wish he was still around because it was like some old vintage gear and it was cheap.
Yeah. I like the Forest City supply that I found, in Cleveland. And I need to get back there, get some cool things, and support him. But for the most part, there's nothing like that. There's a few things here and there, and it just kind of sucks, really. I need coffee. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Nope, I'm gonna do this. Okay, it is now the Maccabeus show. Maccabeus is taking over my channel. Oh.
Yeah, our picture windows are shaped different.
Oh yeah, I changed it up so I could see chat or chat could be shown or something.
Mm-hmm.
I like to change things up, switch things up a bit.
Hell yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I dig it. Let's see here. No surplus stores, and that's the cool thing about a store that I found. They were an online store first, so they still have an online presence. And then, of course, they have a storefront now, which I prefer that over anything. Cha-Cha asked, Matt, how's your camper coming along?
Oh, it's doing good. I mean, I haven't done anything like major to it. I cleaned it up and done a little painting, but I just made it livable for the winter. That's one of them things I'll tackle. Well, it's getting the weather now. Probably next month, after I get paid, I'll start buying some things for it. But it was plenty livable when I got it. It was just dirty, needed cleaned up a lot. And I'll get it all painted up and new floor in it. The floor it's in, it's good. I just want to recover it with some like nice floating floor or something, something looks nice. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I can hear you.
Right. I can't see the chat really. It's real tiny, so.
Yep, it sucks. I really need to figure out the laptop thing, get that going. Oops,
that new zombie movie, We Bury the Dead, is not worth watching. I mean, if you like drama, it's probably okay just for a regular movie, but if you're going to see a zombie movie, it's not worth watching. I bought it last night on YouTube for $20. I bought the high definition one because last time I've only bought twice off YouTube, and I bought that movie 40 Acres, It's a post-apocalyptic movie, and it's pretty good. But I just bought the low quality one, and it's got all kinds of skip parts in it where it just didn't load right. And I can be in the best signal, and it's still the same spot skip every time. It just locks up, and then it'll skip 2 or 3 minutes ahead. But anyway, that zombie movie, it's not worth watching. I'm glad I didn't drive the round trip 120 miles and pay for a ticket.
I heard about it, and I was curious about that. We Bury the Dead. Yeah, really.
It's okay if you're just looking for like a regular kind of movie. I mean, I had my hopes up because I'm a big zombie fan, and there might have been 2 scenes with zombies, and it wasn't like anything major. It For me as a zombie fan, it wasn't worth $20. I could have waited until it was free on TV or something, free on an app.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
Shaun of the Dead was better than it.
I like Shaun of the Dead. I did. I mean, it was gory. It was a lot of suspense and action, right? And the makeup. Like, I love a good zombie. And the more gruesome they are, the better. Fun fact: I used to be the head makeup artist for the zombie walks. Yeah. Yeah, I was an amateur makeup artist. I got all kinds of I got hundreds and maybe thousands of zombie babies that I've made. Zombie people. I call them my zombie babies, but folks that I turned into zombies. But yeah, I enjoy like Shaun of the Dead. Just 28 days later. I mean, there's some ones that the Z Nation or Nation, was it Zombie Nation?
Yeah, that's a good show.
And the sci-fi one, the funny one, is that Puppies and Kittens. I forgot the one. Forgot the name.
I never seen that one.
Yeah, it was very zombie. I forget the name of it, man. Oh my god! But it was a lot of plot twist, a lot of it led you down all kinds of roads. They had alien zombies. They had gray smart zombies. It was all it was just post Z Nation. Thank you, Z Nation. Yeah, Z Nation was really good. I love that show.
Yeah.
I still watch it from time to time. The old man smoking weed. You had weed zombies. Just all kinds of just craziness. And it was campy. It was funny, but it was also serious. The cartels were very active. What's up, PJ? Just all kinds of weirdness going on, and that would be. I would see a lot Z Nation. A lot of that was going on. Like the different groups and the different scenarios that you would get into. I think that is very accurate because we're going to figure out a way, and we're going to band together and whatever that clique is, just whatever that everybody's just trying to find some kind of build something, and it's not what it used to be. It's going to be something better, something different, something weird, something worse. I don't know.
Z Nation was a real good one.
Yeah, people shit on it because they're like, "Oh, it's stupid." I was like, "Yeah, that's what I like about it. It's stupid." It is stupid.
People that think stuff like that's stupid probably are not going to mentally adapt to a real grid down post-apocalyptic world. That's the facts of it. They don't have a mindset for it.
Yeah, they're still looking at it through the lens of now.
Yeah.
Like, how do we get back to that day that before the lights went out? Well, it's not going to happen. It's now is the time for you to build empire. Now is the time for you to figure something out, do something new. I mean, ingenuity. I mean, I kept seeing the same through the whole series. The same guys. They had a panel van, and they were just your weapons outfitters.
Yeah.
They were like they would just drive up in the middle of anywhere and just set up shop and go, "Hey, we got flamethrowers, we got we got grenades. What's up, Trent? You won a flamethrower, Trent." Yeah, Evil Dead. I mean, the whole like when it comes to the whole satanic thing and all that ties to the zombies. I just can't get down with that. I'm like, that turns me off.
Yeah, I don't know which one that is. I mean, is that the Evil Dead?
It could be. I don't remember, but I do remember there was a lot of other zombie movies that just had that kind of, vibe to it. Like, this is the devil. This is this. Doom or Doom. That the premise behind Doom is that the scientists open up Hell's Gates portal, and all these demons and zombies came out of it, and that was what this guy was doing, was fighting to save the world and the universe from hell. That's cool. But as far as like just zombies, go ahead.
I don't guess I've ever seen that one.
Oh, it's a game.
No.
Yeah, old game.
I've never played games, so. But speaking of games, kind of the same theme, Fallout. I'd never seen any of that, and Prime has it, the first season, free on YouTube now. I binge watched it Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, I'm a big Fallout fan. I love New Vegas. I played all those games. I haven't played video games in years, or almost a year. Yeah, a year, I think. But yeah, that's pretty cool. I dig it, and I like how they keep to the kind of storyline of the game, because it's an interesting storyline. It really is. Post-apocalyptic, nuclear apocalyptic world, and there's so much going on.
Yeah.
There's so many stories everywhere.
And whatever was keeping them alive, like 219 years later or whatever it was, I never did figure that part of it out, but that was pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's kind of, the whole idea is that we had a lot of technological advances, especially in robotics and nuclear power and fusion power and all kinds of things, right? And we were able to build these vaults that could keep people alive for, keep a community alive for, 200, 300 years, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, wow. You think about the logistics of that. Like, man, you'd have to have a lot of water, a lot of food, a lot of air, a lot of power, everything, to keep going indefinitely.
The ability to adapt your diet.
Yep. And I love how Fallout takes a vault and then something goes wrong. Something went terribly wrong. Everybody died, or everybody got mutated, or the mutated animals and insects started to invade, or something. Something happened and things did not go as planned, which is probably always going to be the way.
Yeah. And you can count on Murphy being there every time. That's the mindset of survival, is adapting as Murphy fucks all your shit up.
Yep. Improvise, adapt, change, and overcome. That's right. But how boring would it be to be in a vault for 200 years, 3-4 generations? Oh God.
Yeah, it's really beautiful out today.
Yeah, we've got it's bright outside, but there's a definite haze over everything. So I don't know. I plan on getting out, running around later on, after this live stream, after whatever. But for now, I'm content to sit in the house, talk to you fine folks, and drink coffee.
Yeah, I'm still in coffee mode. Well, I'm in coffee mode all day, but that first pot of the morning is just like the best.
Yeah, it is. Piping hot and just awakens the senses, awakens the body, awakens the mind.
The pain starts going away.
Oh yeah. I woke up this morning just felt like I had just woken from the grave. I mean, like, oh God, could barely walk, could barely move. Yeah, and that's what the coffee does. Gets you going. First thing I do is I drink water. That's my first thing. Is I drink water and I take my supplements. You know, and then I make my coffee. So it kind of gives my system time to get the supplements going.
Yeah.
You know, do some push-ups. I've been trying to do push-ups like as soon as I roll out of bed, boom, hit the ground and do some push-ups. But so that way I don't have to stand up just yet. Like, no walking is required. I just roll out of bed, do some push-ups, and I'm good to go.
I got to find me some kind of supplement that'll help my knees. Several months of just laying around from the cancer and stuff, my knees took a hell of a hit. It takes they lumber up throughout the day, but when I first wake up and take that first step out of the camper, it's kind of a steep step, and it's like, my Lord. And you can hear I don't know if it's the cartilage or the tendons. It's going to, you can hear it like it's dried out and trying to stretch back into place.
Yeah. There's a few things out there. There's shark cartilage. There's I don't know. I like my NMN. There's some kind of oil too. Fish oil. It's really good.
I take omega-3 fish oil every day. I take 2 of them every day. That's supposed to even help keep dementia and stuff away.
Eat your chicken rubber. Yeah, that's a good idea too. Yeah. That's a good idea. I used to do that. Make a chicken broth and you boil in get that cartilage from the chicken into the broth and, just breaks it all down. Drink it straight up. Make your own bone broth. Yeah. Collagen peptides. Yeah. Collagen. The collagen peptides. Those are good.
That's what I need, some collagen. Usually I deer hunt every year, and after I get the meat off most everything, eat like the ribs and anything except for the spine, I'll put in the crock pot, let it cook, and that juice off of it's almost like pure collagen, I think. Up around the ribs, you got all that sinewy stuff. It's not meat, but it's I don't know what you call it, but
connecting tissue.
Yeah. When I started doing that, I noticed a big difference in my joints, but I haven't even hunted this year.
Jello is also a good source of peptides, collagens, things like that.
Really?
Yep, Jello. Straight, just Jello. I think it is all it congeals. It's made out of peptides and collagen.
That's why it's such a big thing in nursing homes, I guess.
Yeah, and it's very easy to digest. And it's good on the constitution, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
And there's always room for Jello. Always.
Yeah. Right? I'll have to get some of that too. Have you seen any of the spinoffs of The Walking Dead?
I don't like them. I don't even want to entertain the notion.
Yeah.
it's. I mean, I guess I could get into it. I mean, but I just haven't had the ability to, and it just, somebody else's story and the way that they went. I don't know. I just kind of lost interest in the whole Walking Dead thing after Rick was taken away in a helicopter. That's the last thing I watched, and that's it. And that's where the story ends for me.
Yeah, the ones I've seen wasn't that impressive. I did like the one with Negan and Maggie. They ended up in like New York City or somewhere, and it was pretty decent. Yeah,
Yeah. And I remember the illustrated novel years ago. Right. So I got into that a long time ago. Before I even watched The Walking Dead, there was the illustrated novel, those stories. So those were pretty cool. And it deviated from the storyline, but I think The Walking Dead. I mean, it's just a great story, and great, just real life kind of stuff that would happen. You would think would happen.
Yeah.
And all the different things that happen with groups and people, and not everybody is going to survive, and not everybody is going to be your best friend. There are going to be enemies, and I agree. It started out, as zombies being the major threat, and then of course people were the major threat.
Yeah, and I think that's the way it'll be. Most people will be, even groups. It'll be a whole different world.
Yeah. Yep.
And I don't believe the dead's ever going to come back and start eating people's face off. But I think the whole biolab and the right mixture of the right viruses and something like that, like 28 days later, I think something like that's a possibility.
I see that as a possibility as well. I do. I would see that, and they are actually trying to do it.
Yeah.
So Kentucky Survival, they are actually trying to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I had some friends in special forces tell me 20 years ago that they had like a rage virus. I forget what they called it. And they done drills, and it was basically the same thing as 28 days later. That was 20 years ago, probably.
Damn.
And the U.S. government actually has a plan for it. It's called Con 888 or something like that.
Yes. It was made as a training aid, right? And there is some comedy. There is a comedical effect in a lot of these, because they're nerds. They're nerds and geeks, right? That come up with this shit, and they're like, "Hey, let's do a zombie scenario." Okay, and then they go through the steps. All the steps needed and required to work the problem, work the plan. Put the plan in effect. So I mean, I do the same thing with the frag order, the warning order, SHMIAC. Situation, mission, execution, command and signal, logistics, supervision, whatever. That in anything, you could do that with anything. It's just a good format platform, and of course, we know that our agencies are always coming up with new formats and platforms and things to follow. Plans, right? Make a plan.
Yeah. Plans are very important, and the ability to adapt when that plan doesn't work.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is having that pace, right? Primary, alternate, contingency, emergency. So your plan has 4 plans just in case. I'm back in chat now. X, what's going on? I will drop the link here. See if this works. See if I can get back into chat. Okay. Yep. Good. Here we go. Yeah. And so we're always but that's that's the wild card is people, right? People. I don't think we like in a ship situation. It's not our government we got to worry about. It's the people.
Yeah.
We might have to worry about some foreign entities, right? You know, like Z Nation, the Chinese were in America running around trying to do stuff, trying to grab. They were focusing on like our black ops, our you know our military assets and things like that that were there, but for the most part, they were just leaving people alone, unless they were trying to set up shop or trying to, control and grab land. I could see that. I could see a foreign entity, saying, "Hey, West Virginia is now ours, or Texas." Yeah. Good luck with that, by the way. I think Texas would be fine.
Yeah. Well, and I don't think government's going to just completely go away. It may disappear off the surface, but they've got bunkers and caves clear full of hardware and people and contingency plans for everything. I think they'll still be here, and maybe they'll pop out of the ground 20 years later or something.
Yeah. Right. And that was the whole thing in Fallout too. You had you had the NCR and the Enclave. The Enclave was the original. What you talking about? They were the original government that literally went into the ground after the Chinese bombs fell, and they come back out. With all this tech and they still had everything. They still had everything that they left with. They had when the world ended. Basically, and now they're back into the wasteland 200 something years later, and they're like, here we are, what's up, we're your government. And you're like, no you're not anymore. Things have changed.
There's a real good series that used to be on HBO called Jeremiah. Did you ever see it?
I did. I did. I tried to get into it. Once again, I didn't have the ways and means to actually sit down and watch it and get into it. But I got the premise and the thing of it. So yeah, it was basically a community, right?
No, it was nationwide, but a virus wiped out everybody over the age of puberty, and it was just basically kids left here. And the government had bunkers and stuff underground, still had a functioning, system underground. And the kids basically made a new life, and it was totally like, it wasn't Mad Max. I mean, it was like post-apocalyptic, people trading and peddling and gangs. And then after, I don't know, probably 20 years, the government decided to come out and retake over everything. Then it turned into like a revolution type show. Fighting the government. And I think it ran for like 2 seasons. I think I've seen all of them. It's a pretty good show. I thought it was.
Huh.
Especially for the ability for kids. I think the age might have been 13 for the most part. Everybody 13 and under survived the virus. And Jeremiah, he's the main character in the show, and his dad was actually involved in the government lab that developed it, and he spent his whole life searching for his dad, and his dad was actually in a bunker with part of the government, and I think his mom might have been too. I thought it was a pretty good show. There's a couple of the I don't know what the good apps have, but some of them pirate apps, you can find it on them sometimes.
Yeah, I think I had tried one time and I got a virus. I was like, nope, I'm not doing that anymore.
Yeah, you have to be real careful which one you pick. The main thing is not to do an update. That's when they get you. And a lot of them have changed now. And in order to start watching anything, you have to accept notifications from them. And if that pops up first, I just uninstall it and move on.
Oh,
There's one called Film Rise. That's a pretty good one. I've not got any viruses off of it, but it's got the whole all the seasons of Z Nation on it. But it don't update with new movies very often.
Yeah, I try to find it on YouTube, and if it's not on YouTube, I just like okay, And I'm not buying or renting anything. I don't want to. I don't want to spend my money. I want to spend my money on other shit. Yeah. Right, and that's the thing too. I mean, the criminal element is going to thrive.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially that Kentucky survival. You know, that's sad.
Yeah, even the religious people that survive, a lot of them are going to be criminals. I just know too many scandalous religious people now. I'm not going to call them Christians; they're just religious. And I was thinking about that this morning. This guy that was a real prominent guy in the First Baptist Church up here in town. I was hauling a lot of scrap iron probably about 15 years ago, and this farmer, his business had shut down. He had an agribusiness, and he had a big old junkyard down behind the building. It was way down in a holler, and a lot of good. I got a lot of stainless steel. You remember them chain mesh stuff that I put over windows? I done a video of it.
Yeah,
that came from his place, and that was conveyor chain out of the spreader trucks. They're stainless steel. They're never going to rust. And I'd went and he hung out at this like mechanic shop right there at the main intersection in town, and that's where a bunch of the old men sat around drinking coffee and gossiping and all that. And I'd taken a big load in, and I stopped in there, and I'd handed my money to my wife. I was with my first wife at the time, and I guess it's been longer than that. Then I guess it's been about 20 years. And she went into the grocery store, and I walked across the road to the shop, and she had handed me some money back. I told her how much I owed the farmer, and she'd handed me some money back, and I didn't count it. I just stuck it in my pocket. I thought she had counted out what I needed for the farmer, and I walked over there, and I told Stan, I said, I got some money from Mark, and it's whatever it was, like $292, and I handed him this roll of money. And he's standing there at the counter, and he had his hands down behind the counter, and he counts out $292 and stuck it in his pocket. And I went back over to the grocery store, and my wife's standing there talking to the girl at the register, and we stand there, and finally she looks at me and she said, "Well, are you going to pay her?" And I said, "No, I gave you the money." She said, "No, I gave it all back to you." And I was like, "What?" And so I had to walk back over, and I said, "Hey, Stan, I gave you too much money. I gave him like $600-700, And he counted out $292, the number behind the counter there. He was acting like he was counting it. He knew I gave him too much fucking money. And he pulled it out of his pocket, and he says, "Oh, I didn't realize that you gave me that much." And this guy's like real prominent and deacon at the church and all this. And I was like, fuck you, man. And it's stuff like that why I've just stayed out of churches and probably didn't always live right, by the standards I think I'm supposed to live by. But I never was out robbing people like that. That's just fucking robbery.
That's seizing an opportunity, taking advantage of a situation. That tells you what kind of person he is right there.
Yeah. It seems like Mad Chad, it seems like my whole life I'm just constantly running into like religious people like that. It really upsets me because I know what the Bible says. I'm not trying to get preachy or nothing, but
feel free.
I just don't understand how people can go to church all the time and then act like that. And not all churches are bad. I'm not saying that at all. But it blows my mind how people can say they believe something and then act the way they do because there's accountability, Yeah,
and that's what turned me off. Exactly what you're talking about. Turned me off with organized religion. All organized religion.
Yeah.
And it started with the Christianity. I was as a young kid, they put me in church and all the programs. I went to summer camps and all that stuff, and I could see that just dishonesty. It was like, I thought y'all are Christians. What's going on here? I can't be a part of this. I know. I see. I knew. Everybody knew everybody, right? But everybody was like, "Oh, we don't say nothing about what Pastor so and so does with the deacon's wife. We don't talk about that. He's a good pastor." Wait a minute. No. We talk about it.
Yeah.
How can you be complicit? In that kind of community and system, that just it rots it. There's no morals, no virtues. Where are the virtues? And that's what I like about Christianity and other religions is the virtues. It's how can I follow someone who's telling me to be virtuous yet is not virtuous in himself?
Yep. Oh, there'll be a reckoning in it all. I think it's going to happen here on this earth. The Bible says judgment first comes to the house of God. And, I mean, you kind of know how I believe prophetic wise, and I think bad stuff's coming. And I think the church and all these fake Christians are going to be the main ones it's coming after. I mean, it's going to come after the pedophiles and everybody that's scandalous, but
they're in the church too.
Yeah.
I mean, they're in the fucking church too.
Yep.
No, I mean,
yep. I know several pedophiles in church over my lifetime, must have diddled little kids and got away with it because the church keeps it quiet. But they'll sit there and they'll call out the tweaker up the road,
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you still there? Did I lose connection?
No, I did. I hit the wrong damn button. There's so many buttons I gotta keep pushing, and here we go. I was trying to do that, but it's right next to the back button, which knocked me out of studio. Right? People show you who they are every step of the way. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. That guy that stole my pills when I was in the hospital, and then he started saying he was a Green Beret, 5th group in Panama, and done secret squirrel stuff, and didn't get a DD 214, can't go to the VA and all that. Goes to church every Sunday. He's the guy. I don't know if you ever watched any of the videos from that church. He's got 2 real big sons, and one sits on either side of him, and he's about my height, and he's sitting there slumped over sleeping through church every Sunday. But I turned him over to the Guardians of the Green Beret. They're kind of like Don Shipley, but not as big. Yeah. And they vet people that run around stolen valor shit, And I didn't give him their address, or I didn't give him his address, but I gave him his phone number where he goes to church, and I'm really hoping they show up at that church and nail him. That church is shutting down, by the way, and I told that preacher God was going to shut it down because they're covering up sin, and I've been watching their Sunday morning live streams, and the congregation just got small. It's that one family mainly that comes there, and he's been having fill-in pastors come in and preach. So I called him a couple days ago and I said, "Hey, what's going on? Why are you stepping down from the pulpit?" And he said, "I'm not stepping down, I'm stepping out." And he's selling everything and moving back to Kentucky. And I said, "Well, I sent you, I made a video unlisted and told him what God had told me, that he was going to shut that church down because of the sin in it." And he said, "Well, I'm not going to church the guy over the allegation that he stole some pills." And it's not an allegation. Churching means if you're living in sin, it says in 1 Corinthians 5 that you're not even supposed to let people like that in the church house. If they're claiming they're Christian and they're willfully living in sin like that, you're supposed to call them out in front of the congregation and say, "Get out of here, go get your life straightened out, and then come back. Don't come back here until you're straightened out." And he ain't willing to do it, and God moved him out. He said God told him to move, and I said, "Well, I believe that." I said, you're too busy covering up sin up there, and God's not going to let that ministry prosper. They just put $100,000 addition onto that church, and it's shriveled up to nothing. It's that one family that's coming there, and the preachers I've seen come in, he's looking for a new preacher to take over, and they ain't got an ounce of the power of God on them at all. I don't see that ministry going anywhere. There's a term in the Bible called Ichabod, and it means the glory of God has departed. And that's what's happened down there. It happens to churches that claim they're right all the time, and they get so far into sin and do things wrong. And especially the more what people would call a judgmental church that preach on sin all the time, them's the ones that God targets, because they're supposed to preach on sin, but you make sure your church house is clean before you start preaching on sin and calling everybody else out. Anyway, I'll shut up. I didn't mean to get.
No, that's great. Fierce Christian. There you go. I dig it. Right? Don't throw stones if you live in a glass house or glass church. Right? So Johnny High Woods. People go to church are not true to Creator having name. Hypocristians. They are there to show off their clothes and cars. Right? Yeah. I mean. Yeah, I mean that's and I'm in agreement, even though I'm not, I can't I'm not a Christian, and I think it's because of my realization early on, in my life that, wait a minute, this is a lot of hypocrisy going on here.
Yeah.
It's like what the hell is going on? This is not what I thought. Even though I was a kid, I still had the wherewithal to go, you know what? No, this is not what I want to be a part of. But then, of course, I found the same thing in other religions.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it was, I'm not going to call out okay, I will. Nam Myoho Renge Kyo. The whole, that movement here, it's a money making business. I mean, literally money making business. You got to buy shrines, you got to buy scrolls, you got certain clothes that you have to buy from them, and because it's authorized only from them and their religion, and it's you want to be a member, you got to pay, and subscriptions and memberships. It's kind of like YouTube, right? But it was like, I'm like, what's the point? What's the point here? All y'all do is sit around and chant, and it's like, wow, you got this $1,000 shrine that you bought, with the sutras in it, and but you had to buy it from them, and it's not authorized. You're not a true believer unless you buy it from them, and the hierarchy, and I look at these this religion, and they have massive buildings, the multi-million-dollar buildings, with millions of followers, and I'm like, wow. The whole Robert Tilton thing, or these living faith churches where they're massive buildings, and you're like, how'd they build that? And then you look at the small church on the hill that's been there for 50, 60 years, and they're doing food drives every month, and doing this, doing that, and they're actually doing stuff right for the community. People are contributing to the cause. But these big super mega churches, right, and other religions as well. I mean, it's not just Christianity; it's other things. This pertaining to Buddhism. Just massive money makers, man. Massive millions of dollars, all tax free.
Yeah, we wouldn't have near the economic problems amongst the poor if the religious organizations was doing what they're supposed to.
And to their credit, a lot of them do.
Yeah, there's a lot of them do.
Yeah, a lot of them do. I see that, but I also see them being hijacked. As well. They get hijacked by Marxist socialist, stuff. I cannot look at a church that is what do you call those unity churches? Like you're gay and transgender. Come on in. We accept you. Come on in. I mean, I really, and the pastor is something weird. Like.
Up there, the skinny jeans.
Yeah, or man in a dress or something, and you're like, no. How is this virtuous? Ohio Valley Prepping. What's up, Skull? Not that and maybe it's good, maybe it's a good thing, but to be able, I'm not saying that the whole. We know this is a weird time, right? The whole acceptance of the LGBTQ thing, that's fine. Okay, that's great. But, when you have a religion, and it is to teach virtue and morals and ethics, that's kind of some taboo stuff. That should be kind of done, not even a focus. Yeah. Yet that's all I see is this, especially with the DEI. It's the DEI of churching, diversity, inclusion, equity, right? And that is some Marxist socialist crap. It just is. It's Marxist socialist crap, meant to radicalize and revolutionize people, through religion, through the guise of religion. And that I have a huge problem with.
Yep, me too. Yeah, homosexuality and all that stuff's an abomination before God. Pedophilia, that's we discussed this the last time. You know, you're better off to have a millstone tied around your neck and cast into the sea what he's going to do to you on Judgment Day. You know, and they preach that all sins are just forgiven, and I'm not buying that when it says other things in there about you're better off thrown in the sea with a big heavy rock on your throat.
Yeah, when it comes to, you know, the destruction of innocence and debauchery in that aspect, and the also the promotion of such. Yeah, that's one of the worst, if there, you know, worst sins ever. That's a crime against humanity. That's a crime against everything. You know,
Yeah.
that should be. I think it's a universal law, right?
Yeah.
You know, don't mess with the children. And so, you know, of course, we're hearing more about this. I've talked about this before, about this this evil that exists in the world with the elite occultists. Is, yeah, they eat babies,
Yeah.
right? And so we're seeing that in the Epstein files with the beef jerky and the pizza and the grape sodas, right?
It's disgusting.
Yeah,
That
and
kind of go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, you go ahead.
But that kind of brings back circle what we was talking about with the zombie apocalypse. In that Z Nation, there was a religious cult, and they was eating people, and they had people hanging in a cave or a semi-trailer or something. They were like blood bags or something, and they had an IV hooked up to them, keeping them alive, had their mouths all stitched shut, and they'd go in there and shave fresh meat off of them. And you know, that,
Yeah.
I know it's just Hollywood, but that's those were supposedly religious people that were doing that. Yeah.
Well, it's came out that there are underground labs and bunkers that Jeffrey was doing, that he was literally, you know, had babies alive and cutting off body parts to make beef jerky. And
Man.
yeah, so I mean, and this is nothing new. This is nothing new. This is the whole Malach Baal, which leads all the way back to the Anunnaki, with Inanna and Ishtar and Marduk. So a name that should never be named. So, but they keep changing it and evolving it, and that's, you know, that was the whole idea. Do what you want, but the baby goes on the fire, right? And that's how Israel, Jerusalem faced this, you know, with Babylon. These are the same people. What's up, Paul? These are the same things they did. They've been doing this shit for thousands of years. Yep. And why would they even change, right? You know, why would they? We're just now hearing about it in the news. I've been studying this shit for years. Yep. You know, and you just talk about a deep, dark rabbit hole. I you know, especially in a trial by axe, you know, I would do a deep dive and I'm like, oh my God, they're doing what? You know, yeah. And there's books. There's books. There's movies. There's artwork that they promote. You know, that whole chick. Forget her name, but I think she was on Trial by Axe. But that the spirit cooking and all that. That's what that's all about. You know, and you know, the Beelzebub, Lord of Flies, Kingdom of Shit.
Yeah, most of the Hollywood people, they're neck deep in it too.
Yep. And that's how they do it. Is they get them either drugged up, or, you know, they seduce them with it. That's where the Inanna or Isis Ishtar, you know, priestess thing, where it's they seduce them with that sexual attraction, and then through drugs or through the ecstasy of the ritual, right? And then they videotape it, you know, videotaping them do the deed, do the act, right? And then boom, you now are, you know, compromised and must do what they say, or this is coming out. Yeah. You know. Go sit. I mean, there's so much. So even with the occultism and even some paganism, right? So that in itself is a lot of that as well in there, that has made its way into it. You know, that's what it does. It's a parasite. It's a virus that infects and promotes. You know, and that's something I've always been, wary about. Always in all religions. It's not just Christianity. It's all religions and all secret societies, and even if they were good at one time, not so much anymore. You know, I mean, they've all been infiltrated and subverted. Subversion is the name of the game.
Yeah.
You know, blackmail. Yeah.
There's an ad on YouTube. It seems like there's getting to be more and more of them, these sexual enhancement stuff. And
Yeah.
there's this one that's really creepy and nasty. And it has this girl talking, and it's got her silhouette like looking through a shower door or something. And she's doing squats on this big old horse cock and talking about her grandpa, how her grandpa started using this stuff and she seen him in the shower. And so she just had to get in there and try it out. And this is her grandpa, and it's this stuff being promoted right here just publicly to us.
Take care, Carol Ann Henderson. Have a soul tribe. I like that. Have a good day, Carol Ann. Thank you very much for hanging out with me. Skull, hanging out with us here. And Wolfgang, what's up? Yeah. I mean, it's start. Yeah, the ED. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, yes, thank you, Carol Ann Henderson. Everybody vote for Bunny, America's favorite pet. Bunny is a cat that stands to be the America's favorite pet, basically a pet model. So, Paul, Cleve Visions, how you doing?
Our local truck stop up here got bought out by some Hajis or India people, whatever, and they tore the building down and built a new building, basically the same building. They just built a new one, and they sell a lot of paraphernalia and stuff like that. And they got one whole case full of these sexual enhancement drugs. And I asked a friend of mine, she works there, and I go up there and visit with her from time to time. And I said, do people actually buy that? She said, oh yeah, we sell a lot of it, especially to the younger crowd. And I'm like, really? And I'm 55 and I don't got any issues in that area. So why are people needing to buy drugs to be sexually enhanced?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the youth are very susceptible. I mean, we all were. I was very susceptible to it. That whole sexuality, promiscuous thing. And now it's flipped. It's flipped now. It's what's called NSAID. Basically, and that's the whole thing with the young, the gender affirming care and the gender studies on kids is that they get a little promiscuous, guy being a girl, girl being a guy, right? But they're not breeding. The family unit has been cut from the root. It has been rooted out. Right? Yeah. They will never, because of their promiscuous lifestyle that they had as a kid, and the mutilation that they go through, and the chemical castration, chemical sterilization that they go through with the drugs and the hormones and all that crap. They're ruined. Ruined. They will never have children.
Yeah.
They will never be, a man unless they, of course, adopt or some shit. But what kind of family is that? And don't get me wrong. I'm sure that, two men living together can raise a family, and two women living together can raise a family, and that kid could be, whatever. But I, for the most part, it's Planned Parenthood, of course, and all that, and what's going on to our kids. No, that is wrong, and I don't know why we're not standing up with pitchforks and torches about that already. And we've seen a lot of that in the COVIDs and all that. Population has crashed. What's up, OVP? Yeah, except in the Muslim country. And that's we talked about that, the whole subversion thing, the replacement migration, that has always been, for thousands of years, that is their game plan. They slowly come into a country. They breed like rabbits. They have strict moral and ethic values that they adhere to.
Yeah.
Right. While the rest of the country is burning and destroying itself, they create their caliphate and grow, until you're like the Spanish. They finally just kick them out, but it's a long and bloody ordeal. You
Yeah.
know, but that's what, not just the Muslim, the Muslim caliphate as well. It's other communities as well that do that. That's subversion 101. Anyway.
Yep, I agree with you. There's prophecies all through the Bible where it talks about the stranger, the aliens coming in and taking over the land, and you become servants to the alien because of the wickedness that took over the nation. And I see it every day here in America.
Yeah. And it's America. We have this beautiful system that we've built in 250 years. Okay. Yeah. It's not that old, but it works, and it has worked, for even if we allow people to come from other countries, which is what this country is built on, is other the rest of the world coming here, the melting pot, right? As long as they accept the how do you say it? I'm lost for words. Accept the country's identity as being an American, right? You want to be an American, okay? Be an American. Don't be what your country is. Don't do that. Don't bring that here. You now have a new life, it's good to have, and we all have that kind of national, that pride in who we were, Irish, Scottish, whatever, Chinese, Latino, right? Italians. I mean, everybody's got this fierce loyalty and identity. It helps with the identity, but at the end of the day, you're Americans.
Yeah.
And so that's what's up. All right. Take care. Take care, Wolf. Take care, X. Have a good day. But we see it. We see the subversion. We see the change. We've seen it happen in Britain. Look at Britain. It's not Britain anymore. British is not British. The British culture, right? The culture war, like Native Voice talks about. This is a culture war, right? And nobody knows what it means to American culture, right? There's no such thing anymore. It's very it's looked down upon. I mean, every culture, every country should have a culture, and even though it's a diverse country. India is one of probably the most diverse countries in the world. I mean, there's everybody from Buddhists to Muslims to Hindus to Christians to everybody in there, just all living together, right? But at the end of the day, they have that culture, that country, that culture of the country, right? Iran too, yeah. And you start to see Iran's having problems, man. Oh my God, they're trying to get back to their old culture before their tyrannical regime, took over. All right, take the helm, Mac Actual. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. I can't see the chat, so I don't know what everybody's saying. Sure is beautiful today. Supposed to be nice weather all for the next week at least. High 60s. It's good to see everything coming back. Grass is starting to get green. Trees are starting to get little buds on them.
Yeah, I got my little bonsai here. It's been hibernating. If I can pull it over.
Seen my first robin 2 days ago. That's a pretty good sign. When the vultures come back, that'll be for sure that spring's here.
Oh yeah, the vultures, huh?
Yeah. I've seen a huge increase in the vulture population over the last several years too. I mean, they're just thick.
I mean, that's a good thing, actually. That means there's more wildlife out there living and dying. Yeah.
My dad was a preacher, and he told me probably 30 years ago that he thought that whenever destruction was getting ready to come, that the vulture population would get real heavy, real thick, come back, and that it would be to consume all the dead that was being produced from the chaos. And I kind of wonder if that ain't true. He was a very smart man.
I mean, Norse with the Hugin and Mugen, the Raven, right? The ravens on the battlefield.
Yeah.
That was you would follow if you seen a flock of ravens somewhere. Double dog prepper, what's up? What's up? If you seen a flock of ravens, way off in the distance, it would be hundreds of thousands of them. That there's some kind of war going on there, right? Let me drop this link again. See if
Got a lot of ravens around anymore too.
Boom.
A lot of crows.
Yep, ravens, crows. I mean, flock of seagulls. Enlightened preparedness. Enlightened preparing. How you doing? Flock of seagulls. Yeah, we got a lot of seagulls here. Oh my god. They're after the eyes of the fallen. Yeah, lots in Canada. Yeah. Yeah, we still see like the geese here, the Canadian geese. They've been here all winter. Most of them, some of them. You'll see them just picking on a hillside, digging through the snow. Like they don't care about the snow. I'm like, all right,
I seen a bunch of geese fly over last night, yesterday evening, and they came kind of southeast to northwest, but they flew over here to the river and they circled around, and I think they landed down on the river for the night. The sun was just starting to set, and they do fly at night too, but they like to stop, I guess, sometimes and rest. And
yeah,
I think they all landed down there on the river for the night, get some water and food and prepare for today.
Yep. Yep. I mean, amazing how many hundreds of thousands of miles they go. I mean, from Canada all the way down into South America is where they travel. Ever hear a raven sing? No, Billy, I can't remember.
So you think we're going to do anything militarily? I mean, active militarily to Cuba, or do you think we're just going to collapse their government economically?
Ooh, good question. Wow. We definitely need Cuba. I mean, Cuba has been a strategic thorn in our side for how many decades? I mean, the Russians exploited it. The Chinese and the Russians are still trying to exploit it. I don't know. Is the Chinese and the Russians still there? We know that Cuba is definitely collapsing. I mean, it is not working as communist does. It does not work. Eventually, it fails.
Well, when we done the Venezuela thing with Maduro, we shut off all the oil because most of the oil was coming from Venezuela. And yesterday or the day before, they suspended all international flights coming in or out of the country because they don't have any fuel to fly even international planes. And Mexico, I guess, was sending them oil, and they've cut all that off. There's a complete embargo on Cuba right now.
Wow.
And a lot of their tourism, believe it or not, comes from Canada. Canada never did join in the embargoes or none of that all these years, and so they had a lot of tourist money that was coming in, and they have like 20 hours a day of just blackout. They're just running enough electricity to do the essentials, like in government offices and stuff.
Yeah. I remember a lot. It's not a good place to live in Cuba. It's really not. I mean, especially if you live on a plantation, because they've had plantations for a long time.
Yeah.
And it's not your food. Camel Claw, what's up? It's the government's food, and they take it all. Imagine being a farmer and living in squalor. on in paradise. I mean, Cuba is paradise as far as growing and everything. Oh my God, they can grow anything. Yeah. So I don't think we'll have to do. I think that's a good point. I don't think we'll have to do much to take Cuba. I mean, they're already having riots. They're already having protests and straight up riots, and the people are done being taken advantage of.
Yeah, most of their fighting force depends on a reserve coming out of the communities, and if the people aren't on board for it, they're not going to have much of a resistance as far if they had to do something militarily. Most of their equipment's like antiquated. It don't stand a chance against anything we got.
Yeah, it's I could foresee possibly another Venezuelan thing because if they make some kind of we draw some kind of line in the sand like, hey, Cuba, you need to be American now or something or whatever, do this or we're coming for you.
Yeah.
I think Cuba would just kind of fold, be like, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't think definitely China or Russia is going to get involved per se. They're going to do the same thing they did with Venezuela. They're going to here's some more antiquated equipment, or in China's case, hey, we'll sell you this super high tech, ultra fancy stuff that doesn't work, and then they'll just back away. Right? Like, well, okay. So I could see Cuba bending, and we'll set up. There'll be a base. We'll have a base there within a couple years.
Well, we've got one on the other side of the island. Guantanamo Bay's on the other side of.
Gitmo, right?
Yeah, we have part of that island already, and I really haven't been able to comprehend all these years why we allowed that whole situation. It has to be part of the organized deconstruction of everything to them to have been allowed to stay there all these years.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I didn't think I never went to Cuba. My unit came back from Cuba from Gitmo when I came in '94. Yeah, you're right. We've got a massive base there already, a massive portion of the land already that's ours. So it wouldn't be much for us to just swarm, just boom, just start pulling in resources right there.
Yeah,
because they're already there. We already got a foothold.
The thing I watched the other day said their military was only like 45,000 active duty.
Yeah, right.
and they're still toting around, Vietnam era stuff. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but it's just not up to date with technology, No,
not at all. Right, and they've been the only experience military wise they've ever had is against their own people, who have no guns, no ammo, no nothing.
Yeah, the last real fight that was there was when Teddy Roosevelt charged up San Juan Hill. I don't think they've fought anything over there other than their own people since then.
Yep, you're right. Yeah, so I could definitely see Cuba just saying, okay, fine, we'll bow, we'll kowtow to America, right?
Have you seen all the beautiful cars over there? Because of the embargoes all these years, they don't have a lot of the new stuff, and it's like old stuff from the 40s and 50s, and they just keep rebuilding everything. They are resilient people over there. They just rebuild everything, and I find that aspect of the Cubans to be very cool. But video I was watching yesterday, and just beautiful old cars, man, just like in mint condition.
Yeah, I forget where's the big place, the tourist place in Cuba. But they what they do is they restore those cars and they just park them on the street. Half of them don't even run. They have to tow them in and out, move them from place to place. But yeah, they just got all these mint condition 1950s cars. Havana, right? Havana is like the tourist, and there's beautiful cars everywhere. But they don't run. Yeah, we could. I mean, military wise, we could take Cuba overnight.
Yeah.
You know, we could absolutely overnight.
Yeah, one Delta force could go in there and have it resolved in a matter of hours.
Yeah.
Wouldn't even be hours.
Yeah, it'd be like minutes. Yeah. I mean, Venezuela is bigger than Cuba, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, and they actually have a larger population of people that supported Maduro than what supports the regime in Cuba.
Yep.
The people of Cuba's been oppressed for a long time, and they're sick of it.
Yep. I have seen Cuba, but it was from Key West. That's where I seen Cuba.
Yeah. I used to run cocaine from Key West.
Allegedly?
Yeah, allegedly, years and years ago. There's statute of limitations on all that, so I mean, there's nothing they can do about that.
Oh, okay.
I would never say anything that there's no statute of limitations on.
Yummy. I hear birds chirping. Is that on your end? Wow.
Yeah. There's one right here on the mulberry tree. I got a bunch of mulberry trees here. I encourage them to grow because that's a food source.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're not going to get fat on them, but you can stay alive on them, and you can pick enough. There's so many mulberry trees here. You could pick enough to sustain you for a whole year. I mean, me and dog, he'd have to adapt to berries. I got all kinds of different wild berries grow around here.
Yeah, 38 minutes, the new goal. Yeah, that's cool. I've been on my walks. I've been kind of identifying areas, that are food sources out there. Yep, mulberry wine. Mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't like them. They say they don't have any flavor, but they do have flavor. It depends when you pick them, but it's good nutritional substance for your body.
Yeah.
And you can mix them in with like blackberries and raspberries, stuff like that, if you want some extra flavor to it.
Oh yeah, yeah. And those blackberries have like high vitamin C content.
Yeah.
They got a twang to them, a little zest. Yep.
Got a lot of gooseberries grow here.
Gooseberries.
Mm-hmm.
Mulberries are awesome tasting. White mulberries, really. I know Tennessee. I don't know if I've ever encountered a lot of mulberries. We have muscadines.
Yeah.
Right? Lots of muscadine. So it would be muscadine wine season or muscadine pie season, or it's like interesting.
I'm gonna step inside and get me a refill on coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. I need to get some kind of tasty beverage. I am kind of facing a little bit of a cabin fever right now. Last time we fought in that area was with 38 revolvers. Yeah, right. Kentucky's a rival. Yeah, they've never seen what we got now. Oh my God! Wow. Wow. Our munitions now have drastically changed. Yeah. Lazy morning live stream. Yeah. Wow, I've been on here for like 2 hours. I am thinking about getting out there. It's close to 12 o'clock. I'm actually thinking about chocolate Dubai coffee. Dubia. Not Dubai. If we ever went full torches and pitchforks, they would jump in their bunkers and drop the sun on us. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's always their plan, is to rule over the ashes. That's their strategy. Let's just rule over the ashes. They already have kind of like segregated themselves from us already. They could be out of the country in a matter of minutes. They can relocate. Oh, bam, Spike! What's going on? Wow, I want to make you blue. What? Why are you? Everybody, please, if somebody would drop Oh, bam, Spike's drop his link. What's up? Oh, bam! What's up, Spike? Haven't seen you in a while. Just you're back. You're listening. All right, cool. Yep. Man, blast from the past. Oh, bam! I have no content now. Oh, okay. Yeah, I tried. I remember I tried following you on Odyssey for a while with the bees. Maccabeus, do you remember Obam Spike here?
No, I've never seen their channel.
Oh man, Obam Spike. Yeah, dude.
I'll try to remember to go back in the chat afterwards and check them out.
Yeah, he doesn't have any. Boom. Thank you, Rabbit. Thank you, Billy. Yeah, back in the day, Obam. He was man. How many years ago was that? That was years ago. Yeah, we've just been hanging out forever. But wow, good to see you, bro. Good to see you. Hope things are well. Hope you're doing well.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to get back in the chat here. This sucks. Nope, not working. Oh, I'm at 1%. Oh, okay, that thing's going to die. Convid started a contest, been since COVID. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Good to see you all. Yep. Good to see you too, Banff.
So you're down to 1%?
No, my tablet is. I'm actually at 100% on my phone. Oddly enough, my phone is still at 100%. I'm just going to lose my tablet. That's all. Which it wasn't doing anything anyway. So sad. Oh, there we go. Plugged in. All right, Pilgrim. 420 is back. We can continue with the live stream. Outstanding.
How you doing, Pilgrim?
Rabbit said he sent Obam's link. Obam's link. Okay, cool. Yeah, he had some interesting content back in the day. You know, me and Obam Spike, we vibed. He was an OG punk rocker back in the day, and you know, we got very seditious. Lots of passion. No, Paul, I am not sick. I am just off. Today is my day off. We have this rotating day off during the week sometimes, and today is my day, which means I got to go to work tomorrow. Yeah, I got to go to work tomorrow, and then I got 2 more days off, and then the week, and yeah, so.
I had a really good book recommended to me this last year. It's on mushrooms, and I guess it's a trusted source. That's one of them things you got to know the source, you know, and because there's a lot of bad information out there or not thorough information.
Yeah,
and so I ordered it. Now that's going to be one of my goals for this year. I'm going to expand my knowledge on wild mushrooms, what's edible and stuff, because they're really good for you. There's a lot of health benefits from the mushroom families, and I enjoy most of them, the ones I've ate.
Yeah, I've noticed that shit scares me though. I mean, when you eat the wrong mushroom, that's it.
Yeah,
you're done.
Well, I guess that's a problem in California right now because people from Asia have been picking. I forget the name of it, but there's a mushroom grows in California that looks very similar to one that grows in Asia, and these people have been picking them, thinking that they're in Asia, you know. And I guess the death rates have really spiked out there from people, foreigners, picking the wrong mushroom.
Wow. Yeah, we have. I've seen chicken of the forest here. I've seen. I haven't seen morels yet. I haven't seen any morels. I mean, I don't know if morel season is soon. I think it is.
No, they won't come in until April. That's usually when they come in. But
okay.
You never know because with the weather being weird, you know, we're having like an early spring right now in February, and if it don't ever turn back cold again, is that going to trigger them? I've never seen it happen, but is it going to trigger an early season, or you know what I mean?
It does. I mean, the ecosystem is weird. Well, like we're going to have like 50 and 60-degree weather this week, and so I used to watch it in the in the insect community, the insect world, they would, a lot of things would hibernate, and as soon as it gets warm, they'll pop out like, oh yeah, hey, it's spring, all right, then boom, cold snap, and they all die, and it's like, oh, oops, you should have continued to hibernate.
Yeah, it stays nice like this, and there'll be honeybees out this week, I would imagine. They're usually one of the first ones that come out that I watch for. But they come out during the fake springs, the false springs that pop up.
Yeah, but they have a place to go back to, and that they have an interesting system.
Yeah, I've always been intrigued by the honey bees in general and ants. Ants are just some amazing creatures. You see their colonies. It's like the Viet Cong, the way they build their colonies all down underneath the ground. And, they'll all come to attack one thing if something's being hurt, and carry off their own dead, and it's just amazing. Yep,
they raise their raise their offspring. They move as one. They do have autonomy. They have their own autonomy, but it's all about the colony's needs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If humans only acted that way, wouldn't it be fucking awesome?
Well, we do. It's the military. It's
right.
And I've heard this talk about before with communism and Marxism. That's their ultimate goal, is to get us to the level of ants. But I mean, the level of ants is, you think about it, they're controlled by a queen, so it's not really, it's a monarchy, right? It's not communism. It's a monarchy, and they get to do what they want. They do. They forage. They run around, but they're specifically designed to do that by nature, by themselves. They evolved to that point, right? So. An ant, usually the colony needs protein. So they always on the search for protein, and that's their mission, is to find protein and carbs. But for themselves, they get sugar. They love sugar. So an ant finds sugar, and it's all about himself. He's like, hey, I'm going to eat me some sugar, right? And he might tell everybody, hey, I'm over here, I found some sugar, but I'm going to get me some, and because I need this fuel to keep going on to find protein. But they rarely attack themselves, right? There's they do take out their dead, and just don't get stepped on, right? Ants have always and just amazed me. And if you've ever had fire ants bite you, I've discovered this early on. I think I was 17 or whatever. I was riding bikes out in the woods or whatever, and we stopped, and I inadvertently stopped on a fire ant mound and didn't know it, and they all crawled up the bike up to about my chest level, through all my clothes, got close to my skin, and nobody bit. Nobody did anything. They totally got onto me, right? All of them. And then I started riding my bike. It was like somebody said, "Okay, ready, fire!" And they all bit at once. It was like, whoa, ah! And it was a shock to my system. That's how they take down like cows and deer and animals and birds, and they just swarm it, and they just wait. One person is in charge, and he sends out a pheromone, right? Basically an ant fart. Boom. Yeah. And that's the signal to everybody bite at once and inject their poison at once. And it's like, boom, right? So it didn't kill me. It fucked me up. I literally took off all my clothes. I was, I was rolling around in the dirt trying to get them all off me. All the other kids were, they had fun because they got to hit me. They're hitting me, smashing these ants on me, and they're just biting, boom, boom, boom. I was like, oh my God, they almost killed me. But that's Totally amazing how they do that. You know.
You might have an answer for this question. You're a well-read man.
Maybe.
Is there a blend of communism and capitalism for a government and a society that's actually out there that works?
I'd have to say China. Maybe, but it's still an exploitation. It's they're exploiting someone else to make their system work. Now, I mean, communism, the communist China, they get paid. They're allowed to go out and get stuff, whatever they want, if they can afford it. But there's that whole social credit score thing. So they have to be a good comrade, right? And they have to do what the party says. But there's also ways and means that they can get around that, right? So without the government knowing. But as far as like maybe Russia, but they're it's not as good as pure capitalism. It's just not, you know. I mean, I forget what it was. The monthly earnings of a well made well paid Chinese employee is like, less than $1,000. Like $600 or something, 400. I forget. In terms, Russia is more. They're still a type of communist country, and they allow a lot more financial freedoms and corruption, right? And criminality, but it's still very hard to live and work and be productive and be prosperous in Russia. It's just, everybody's kept poor. That's the whole thing about behind socialism is the people are poor always, and unless you're favored, you're not getting ahead. You're going to stand in line just like everybody else.
So did we ever at any point in time in the last 250 years actually have pure capitalism here instead of the rich eat the poor?
That's a good point. That's a really good point. I think that's the reasoning behind a lot of our regulations and things of that nature. We've heard about the whole monopoly laws, because a corporation could absolutely take over. Coal mines, the coal mine wars, right? The revolts that happened because of the coal mines. The Battle of Athens. So much corruption would a corporation or something would become their own separate government, tyrannical government, even. 16 tons. I owe my soul to the company store, right? Yeah. So that's a good point. I think it was also the mindset of the American is that, hey, I want my land, and I'm going to be self-sustained, right? It was more. We were very very self-sustained, self-reliant people, which in the cities and stuff like that with the Industrial Revolution, there was a lot of people running to the city to try to make their fortune and live a better life. That they were tired of working. They didn't want to have a future on the farm. They wanted that big city, bright lights kind of lifestyle, which is appealing. At first, but after a while, it's just like, oh God, I got to go to work. I got to commute. I got to not get robbed. I got to not get ran over. My yesterday's lunch was leftovers, and if I want a lunch now, then I gotta pay $20 for a hamburger. Oh shit! Right. All right. Take care, Billy. Much love as well.
There was a big massacre happened in Colorado, like back in the early 1900s, and it was miners. And the owner, the the elite who owned everything, and somehow they ordered the army to go in and massacre some miners. Some miners were protesting for better conditions and killed a bunch of them. But the army answered to the these corporate elite people that own the mines and everything.
Yeah. Funny how that works. I mean, these corporations would employ, because they owned the sheriff's departments, they owned the government, the governor. They owned them. They gave them big money, to either look the other way or to assist them, in their endeavors. Yeah, there's so many stories of the coal miner wars, the mining wars, where the Pinkertons, right? The whole Pinkertons and the Pinkertons and all that. They were these private armies, were corporate private armies, were everywhere, and they would show up, and wreak havoc. Their abandoned unmarked mines all over Colorado, spot on, right?
You think it'll ever get back to where it was like that, where there were corporate armies? Like in Jericho, you've seen that show, haven't you?
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, a little bit.
There was a private military contractor group called Ravenwood, and they basically became an authority in the area there where Jericho was. And you think that shit like that'll happen again?
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely, because we see it. That is the kind of the reset, the default setting, right? Throughout history, you've seen it with China in their wars, Japan in their feudal wars, Europe, in the medieval times, and Africa now, right now, Africa. There's just groups and tribes and people everywhere. Yeah. Right, from different countries too. That just here we go. Wagner is still present there. The French Foreign Legion goes there a lot. Everybody, we're even there, right? There's all kinds of mercs there. Everybody's getting armies everywhere. You can buy an army anywhere. Garda, I think Garda is like one of the major. You can buy an army if you need to. Rich supports capitalism.
There's a YouTuber, I'm not going to say his name publicly. I mean, he has talked about it publicly. I'll tell you in a text message if I remember. Right. But he's a former Marine, and when he got out of the service, he went to Congo and fought. I think it was the Congo.
Wow.
Yeah. And he's got actually a pretty good channel. I'll try to remember to send you a link. I don't want to say his name publicly because he has had authorities pull him in for questioning going over there. So I don't want to say too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it happens. I mean, it happened to Steve, my friend Steve. Yeah, Steve, when he went to Bali, the FBI approached him. But wow, cool. Check that out.
When I went to Syria in 2018, I went on a humanitarian visa, and but my passport, I tried to renew my passport 3 years ago because I was going to actually sell out and go to the Philippines, and they won't renew my passport, and I don't know if it's tied to that or not. I never got interviewed by anybody, but I don't even talk about most of anything from over there just because I don't know the legalities of things, and I'm just not going to incriminate myself. I'll talk private to people, but
I've talked about my friend Steve, back in the past. That's how I got around it. Take care, Rabbit. Have a good day. I mean, capitalism. Oh no, that's cool. Capitalism has a way of allowing, large corporations and things that corruption, but true capitalism, goods and services, I think is a great idea. It works. It's been working for us. It's made us the most powerful nation in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a problem with capitalism. I just wish it was cleaner than what it is. I mean, they like the insurance companies. They can raise, like, especially here in the last 4 or 5 years, everybody's automotive and house insurance, all that stuff's just been they're jumping it up, just because they can, not because you got a ticket or anything.
Yeah, they explain it away as like, oh, it's fair market, value. Everybody else is doing it, so we got to do it. Well, if you didn't do it, you'd probably get more customers, and you know.
Yeah, in 2 or 3 years time, my automotive insurance a few years ago went up from 160 every 6 months to 300 every 6 months, and it just got to the point that was year before last, and I just canceled, and I ran around for about 6 months with no insurance until and I was able to get another policy that dropped it back down to what I should, closer to what it should be at, because I don't have anything on my driving record, and there's just no need of them raping me like that.
Right. Yep.
I got a friend.
I remember a time in Tennessee it was like that. You didn't, insurance was not a mandatory thing. Now it is. But
yeah. I got a friend, he carried the same policy on his house for 20 some years, and a hailstorm come through 2 years ago and damaged a lot of houses, and they shut the insurance company down, and he had to go find new insurance, and he'd paid in all them years, and he had a hard time getting insurance. They said he needed a new roof, and he had got a new metal roof probably 10 or 15 years ago. It wasn't nothing wrong with it, but it was out of date by standards, and he had a hell of a time finding insurance for his house.
Wow. Yeah.
That's corruption. You pay in all them years and then they can just shut it all down because they had to pay out a bunch on hail damage.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody's pockets got lined all them years and made a lot of trips to Bermuda and Amsterdam and everywhere else. So that's where all that money went.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Big money. Just taking it for the assurance, like an insurance policy, just in case something happens. Yeah. And now it's mandatory. It's mandatory.
Yep. And that's another thing with I see a lot of I guess they're TikTok videos that people put on YouTube. They'll show a bunch of clips of people off TikTok, and people's mortgages are like doubling because of the insurance and taxes going up.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a channel called The Epic Economist. I've watched him for several years, and he's been doing a lot of them videos. He goes to TikTok and steals a bunch of content, but he'll have 20, 30, 40 people talking about their financial woes because corporations are taking everything. Somebody that was doing good 4 years ago in the job, they got the same job and able to pay everything, have money to go to a movie once in a while. Now they can't even make their mortgage just because of the increase in stuff like that, where their taxes jumped up, and that's all included in a lot of people's mortgages. So their mortgage goes up instead of them getting a bill from, the insurance company, because it's all tied in with the mortgage.
Wow.
I think it's called escrow or something like that, where it ties into the mortgage and it covers your taxes every year and your insurance and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see a lot of videos like that. People are living in these storage units. A lot of people starting to do that.
Oh, really? Storage unit? Yeah, wow. I thought about that one day. Yeah, but it could be possible.
Yeah, I'll try to remember to send you links like that whenever I run across them. A lot of people are hurting bad financially. Makes me very thankful I'm where I'm at and got my property. It's paid for. I want to get out of here a lot of times just because there's nothing here and I want to go do something else, And I'm just so thankful that I own this place, and it's a real blessing. It may not be much, but it's paid for.
I would love to have some land, but the more I look into it, man, the more I'm just disgusted and frustrated.
Yeah.
It just pisses me off.
Well, if it ever gets bad enough you're homeless or anything, want to get out of Ohio, you're welcome here anytime. I ain't no tire or nothing. You're welcome here.
Well, thank you, man. Thank you very much. Yeah.
We'll put you up a cabin out back, and you can live your life, and we can watch each other's back.
Right on. Yeah. I thank you. Uh, who knows? Maybe one day that'll have to happen.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's the thing, and we see what's going on too. You talk about corporations, uh, they're buying up all the land. They're buying up all the houses.
Yeah.
They're dictating the prices, and
Yeah.
they're making sure that nobody else can buy land. You know,
Do you think all that's tied to this 15-minute city thing, where they're trying to
absolutely,
control everything to make people you ain't got no other choice but to go to live in a pod somewhere in Kansas
absolutely,
City or
yeah, absolutely, and of course with the farms. We see what's going on with the farmland. People that actually farmland that's been there for 100 years is now they've got like 200% tax property tax hikes and hey you can't have all this I know you've been growing corn and running cattle for 80 years, but guess what, there's new laws and regulations. You can't have cattle and corn without doing all this and paying all this,
yeah.
and they're pushing people out. Totally.
Well, I was thinking about this a couple days ago. I was talking to you last time that we was on, and about the groundwater levels. They're saying that they're really
Oh yeah.
dwindling, and
Yep.
that's a lot of the crops and the ponds for the cattle and all this stuff. That's what keeps the agriculture going. And is it a man-made disaster? Where they're going to create it like another dust bowl, where all these farmers, they might have $4 to $10 million worth of equipment, and if they can't
Yep.
grow crops and raise cattle, they go under, they lose their farm, they lose everything. I mean, that'd be a quick way, just like they done, happened in the Depression, with
Yep.
all this man-made weather and stuff that people say is going on, and the data centers sucking up all the groundwater, and
Yeah, plays right into their hand, dude.
yeah,
Plays right into their hand. They're like, "Yep, let's do this." And of course, it makes them money. Right?
yeah,
They get to hide that in the money. Like, oh, it's just good money, good business practice, I guess.
yeah. You'll own nothing and be happy. We'll own it all.
Yep, just be renting.
You think we're very far from the universal basic income being implemented?
Yeah, I think we are.
We're ways
But
off.
I'd say we're a ways off, obviously, because I have insider information. But uh, yeah, people still like money, but I mean, I don't know. Could it be that transition could be a slow transition, or could it be an abrupt transition? Like just boom. Guess what? Your money is now worthless, because we've seen that. We've
Yeah.
seen that in history. So I think they're trying to push it towards a slower transition. The rest of the world does not like our dollar.
Yeah.
They don't. It used to be the standard, right? Oil and everything was the dollar. Now you're seeing a lot of backing away. A lot of countries, governments are just backing away from the American dollar and going with the BRICS, something gold backed, something like that. So I don't know. Interesting.
I,
I think
I
it's
heard the other
better. But
I heard the other day that BRICS is actually about 45% of the world economy now. I don't know if it's true. I mean, you hear shit.
wow, yeah, I can see it growing. I can see it growing. Absolutely. Hmm.
That's a pretty big
Especially,
jump considering, they haven't even been around that long. What, 6, 8 years maybe?
yeah, and they just keep getting better and better, right? More success, more people see that success, and they start to jump in, and buy into it. You go, wow, okay, this makes sense. And it's very simple, huh? Gold back money. Hmm. Sorry,
Yeah, I mean,
I'm cooking and eating. Uh,
You're thinking what?
I'm cooking and eating.
Oh.
I couldn't take it anymore. I'm hungry. Cooking me some eggs and some pickled mushrooms right now. Really good.
We've got this grocery store that opened up here 2 or 3 years ago. It's an Amish grocery store, and they sell a lot of damaged products, stuff like that, and a lot of their own stuff. The Amish have just like boomed economically with their production, and they're producing their own meat and packaging it, and like a 1 pound stack of sliced pork, smoked pork loin is $1.89 a pound. I mean, it's about that thick, and about that big around, and I can get probably 8 huge sandwiches out of it for $2.
Whoa. Yeah, right.
Big old bag of chicken. I don't remember how many pounds it is, but it's quite a bit of chicken breast. And it's not processed meat. It's where they sliced up chicken breast for $12, and I can get probably 8 to 10 meals out of each one of them bags.
Wow. Yeah, the Amish stores are farther south from me, but I've visited them. The Ashery, and there's a bunch of swap meets and stuff. But yeah, I mean, you can get it here too. You gotta drive for it.
I live in a pretty big Amish area. The largest, what do they call it? The largest Amish community in Missouri, I think it is. Jamesport, Missouri is just about an hour south of me. And now we've got, they've been moving up here into my area from other states since 2003. And they've went from, they had sawmills and they took over the logging industry. They run everybody out of business, as far as loggers, because they had mills to sell to, their own mills. And they started putting up barns and raising calves, fattening calves out for the market. I mean, I think a lot of them calves were going straight back to the Amish processors that are processing the meat themselves and reselling it. It's awesome.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, and they deal with themselves. I mean, they have their own little infrastructure built in to their way of life. Their community. They serve their community first.
The community that's west of me here, about 4 or 5 miles, I became good friends with a couple of them over there. He had a small variety store, sold damaged goods, and he sold out to another group that got greedy and they raised their prices up to Walmart prices type stuff, and they went out of business. But he was telling me back probably around 2020, they were developing survival plans in case something happened to the economy and or the society or anything like that. And he told me, he said, a lot of them have loans from brethren in Ohio or Pennsylvania, somewhere else, and high dollar loans to finance their operation here. And he said, nobody's going to come and take my farm because we're all brethren and we're all part of the same community. And so they're protected because they borrow their money, their insurance, and everything comes from inside their own community.
Wow. Yep. Something to be said about that. They are insulated. They have insulated themselves, and they've already set up. They live the lifestyle. They don't need money.
Yeah.
The only reason they need money is because of the rules, laws, and regulations. So without rules, law, they'll be just fine.
Yeah.
They'll be happier.
That's probably a perfect blend of capitalism and communism that I could draw on, is the way that their society's set up. But they have the hierarchy and the religious thing. There's things you can't do, and it's not like total freedom either.
Right. I wouldn't call it communism. I mean, but I understand your concept of the meaning of communism, like commune living, right? Community. It's for the betterment of the community.
Yeah.
But yeah.
When they want a new barn or a new house, all the men in the community come and build, and the women cook big meals, and in 2 days, the thing went from flat Earth out there to a functioning building.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's more it's a sense of it's a strong community. I would never call it. It's a community, families. Families and community. Families make up the communities, and it's all tied to their religion and uh, their morals and ethics that they hold true and dear for each other, for themselves and each other. So it's not in communism. There is no, it's the state. It's the that is your religion. You're not allowed to, and you can't break away.
Yeah.
In the Amish, you can break away. You can leave.
Yeah.
They encourage it. They're like, hey, here's Rumspringa. Go ahead and sow your wild oats there, young guys and gals. Go ahead and see the world. Go ahead, you'll be back. And they do. 90% of them come back.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's wild out there. We don't like it. It was fun, but gotta go back home.
Yeah, I know some around here, down towards Jamesport, that broke away and went and done their own thing, just like regular Americans for 15 years, and then had a change of heart and went back, and they accepted them in. There's like a 6-month probation period. They'll actually take in new converts. I could go join an Amish community, but there's like a 6-month probation period, and they monitor you pretty close, make sure you're not smoking and drinking and carousing around and all the things. But I think them kind of communities are the ones that will really thrive in a total collapse. Like the Shofarians, like Joe Fox and Bear Independent and them groups like that.
Yep.
They actually have very strong community, and that they function kind of like the Amish, where when somebody's building something, they all get together. When there's land needs cleared, they all show up and clear the land, and they actually have what could be equated to armies, like private armies, where they
Yep.
train and but there's the whole religious aspect. You have to conform to their belief system and participate in that. And I think that's one of the keys that ties it together, that makes it work, is that bond of the whole religious aspect.
Yeah, that's the basis. That's the chains that bind, right?
Yeah.
The like-mindedness. Because anybody can be a prepper, anybody can be, a community, part of the community and good of the community. But do you have the same morals and ethics? Do you have the same virtues? Can you talk to them about the Bible and how they see it, right? How they interpret it, because that's the thing is different groups, especially religious groups, like the Amish, they interpret things a little differently. And of course, there's a whole Danish or German, Norwegian field, aspect to it. Right?
Yeah, their kids aren't even taught English till they're like 5 or 6 or 7 or something like that. They speak the Dutch German dialects.
Wow.
But I've been a survivalist since 1984, and I've known of a lot of groups and intermingled, and all this. And the only groups I've ever seen stick together all these years are the religious-based ones. And there's a cop organization, and they're actually based here out of Missouri. And your law enforcement, they have opened up in the last, since GWAT happened, with like the emergency services. They started letting them kind into their community, and they don't all live in one community. They own properties and stuff like that, and but you have to be tied to that community somehow in your everyday life. And but they have nefarious plans, that they're going to be the new law if things ever collapse. And they're actually a pretty big organization. I mean, hundreds,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so it still exists in this country where, communities and militias and folks band together in like-mindedness and create a town, a township, a village, a community, right? So, and that's the beauty of it. If you don't like this community, you can go to the next one, right? Or start your own.
I always thought that'd be really cool. There's videos on YouTube of towns that are for sale or towns that dried up and the buildings are all still there. And a bunch of like-minded people. It wouldn't even have to be religious if they could get together and set up a small republic in a town, and everybody cooperate and get along. And there'd have to be rules, of course, but I always thought that would be a pretty cool concept if somebody bankrolled something like that, or a bunch of people could get together and pool the resources and set something like that up.
Yeah.
If you can buy a whole town for $1.5 million, and get 20, 30 people to work together on it, and actually with the same goals of freedom and self-sufficiency, and that would be pretty amazing. And there's probably groups out there that have done it that I'm not aware of.
Yeah, I've heard of it, but I don't know offhand. Right. But and of course are the insurgencies. That's their whole plan anyway, and you hear about that anyway. There's there's been for decades a Muslim community in Michigan. You can't go there.
Yeah.
You can go there. They just kind of shun you. The Amish, same way, right? There's also the what do you call them? The white supreme pizzas. That's a thing too. There's the what do you call those guys? The
Aryans.
Well, no, you got the Aryans, and then you got the Black Israelites, and
the Hebrew.
So
Israelites.
I mean, Hebrew, yeah, and there's so many communities. Chinese. Yeah. There's Chinese communities like that. There's, but it's different communities and different. That I think that's the thing about living in a city, living in a rural area is or urban setting kind of thing. There's so much diversity, but even in the cities, you see a organization, if you will. There's here we have Slavic village, we have Ukrainian village, we have Swedish village, we have little Italy, we have little China, we have little Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
And that's everybody's kind of little Mexico, and that's cool. I mean, I can go there and get tacos, right? I can go. I love the diversity in the food and the people, and yes, there's also halal, right? In Muslim, and whatever you want, it's here, and there's people mixed in that community that do business with other communities, so it's a integratedness of communities, but everybody still kind of clicks up, but I still at the end of the day say we're all Americans, right?
Yeah. And the Native Americans, the Indians, they kind of have their own system too.
Yep. What's up, Holly? Oh, holding my daughter. Life is grand. Oh, right on, man. Right on. Father Obam Spike. Actually, this is what I'm eating. I made me some eggs, and I mixed in some pickled mushrooms. Yeah, my lunch.
That sounds pretty good.
With some cheese, a little bit of cheese. Mm-hmm. China will own all the farmland. Yeah, she will be a month next week. Wow, Spike, awesome. Mm-hmm. Daddy Spike. Mm. Oh, I'm way behind.
I've been working on quitting smoking. I'm tapering down, I should say. I haven't been this morning sitting here. When I sit around and visit, I tend to smoke like a freight train. But
yeah.
I noticed it too. At work, I only smoke throughout the course of a day, maybe 3 or 4 cigarettes.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, when I get out and do stuff, I smoke a whole lot less.
Yeah.
I've been cutting back on my pain meds. I've been breaking them in half and only taking a half of one instead of a whole one. I've been on pain meds for right at 10 months now. So I don't feel like I have an addiction, but with that many months of usage, there's got to be some residual effects left over from it, you know.
Yeah.
And that's been a big concern of mine the whole time. So I want to taper off, and I was up 2 hours morning before yesterday before I even took my first half of one, and managing the pain in a different way, you know.
Yeah.
Trying to be more active, build the muscle back, because that's what a lot of my pain now is, just from the muscle structure that I've lost over the last year.
Do you
year and a half.
actually? Oh, okay. Yeah, you're.
Did I lose you? Are you there?
I
There you
personally.
are.
Again, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I was
Okay.
checking my signal to make sure it was still here. I think a lot of these groups that are already in existence, some of them would be beneficial, but I think some of them will be forces to be reckoned with if there's ever a collapse.
Sure. Yeah, I can see that too. I mean, we all know about the Mormons over there in Utah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're already a prepper religion.
Yeah.
Yeah. And,
Well, back during the Mexican War, they called up their own militia and sent to the down there to help fight the war. A lot of people don't know that.
wow. Oh,
They got their start here out of Missouri back in the 1800s, and they mostly got kind of run out of here. I mean, there was blatant massacres of Mormons here in Missouri back in the right before the Civil War. But they've still got a foothold here. They're the location that they call the Garden of Eden's just maybe an hour south of me. It's Adonai something or other. I don't know. I can't pronounce it. I'm not Hebrew.
Oh, okay. What's up, Gen X?
What's up, Gen X? Then there's some that rebranded to the what is it, the LDS, and broke off from the main Mormon church.
Oh, the Latter-day Saints.
Yeah, I think that might be it. I've never gotten involved with them as far as religion.
I mean, Jesus the Gunslinger. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I think European Christianity has made Jesus out to be more of a pacifist than he was. I mean,
I agree.
they bastardized the whole thing. I mean, the man, he didn't think twice about calling people names. You den of vipers, you know, you sons of Satan, and went in the temple with a whip and started flipping over tables and beating people. And, you know, that's not the pacifist that a lot of these churches make him out to be.
Yep. So you're cloaked by a sword.
Yeah.
I did. I dropped the link. Cha-Cha. Stand by, Cha-Cha inbound. See, this kind of. Oh, I can't even put it up there. All right. That's what mud butt would do to you. I dropped the link. I did. I dropped it. Yeah, that's why I enjoy a fierce Christian. You know, just let's go. Right.
I guess Joe Fox said in one of his recent videos after that big protest marched in that church up there in Minnesota, and he done a video about it. And I guess they done a Vice documentary on Joe and Bear, and in the interview, Bear said Jesus wasn't a pussy, and I guess they caught a bunch of pushback off that. And I have to agree, my Lord and Savior wasn't no pussy.
Yeah, right. All right. I see Cha-Cha. Here we go.
Hi.
Hello, Cha-Cha.
In my butt.
Hey, Cha-Cha,
Hi, Mike.
I'm working on it.
I can't hardly hear you.
Oh, hold on a second. Let me take the cover off. Is that any better? Is that better?
It's a little bit better.
A little bit better. I don't know.
That's the best I can do.
Why?
Because that's all I got.
Do better. Do better.
I got nothing.
All right. I will attempt to do it on my end here. Let's see.
Okay.
Adjust your volume.
Thanks, Pilgrim.
Edit light settings. All right. And boom. All right. Speak words, Cha-Cha.
I got nothing.
Oh, yeah. That's a lot better.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Mac, I just wanted to tell you something.
So,
So, you know how we were talking about it, like you were saying you have some pain issues, and
Yeah.
So what happened with me, I'll tell you what happened with me recently. About 2 months ago, I was at Costco and they were selling the powdered collagen peptides. And so I thought, you know what, that would be really good for joint pain and many other things it has benefits of,
Yeah.
And it's the bovine collagen. Well, I didn't say anything to anyone because, well, obviously I didn't think anybody really care. But the other thing was I just didn't really want to talk about it. But I was taking it every day, the recommended dose, and I ended up sleeping about 16 hours a day. And I thought honestly that I was dying.
Wow.
I really did. I thought I was dying. And so I couldn't wake up. And when I was really groggy. And so last week I got up and I said to myself, you know what, I'm going to take my collagen and go to bed. And then I was like, let me research this. And so I researched it, and there's a small percentage. And the only reason I'm telling you this is if you decide to purchase it or make your own, is that you need to be aware of it so that if it happens to you, you don't panic and think it's your cancer or your treatment or anything. But there's a small percentage of people that it makes them extremely groggy. And I was one of those people.
Really?
So and so a week going off of it,
Texas. Proper chicken Texas.
What?
I'm saying hi to people. Go ahead.
Oh, so a week going off of it, I'm now feeling much better. But I just thought I'd tell you that it's the same thing as like when people talk about eating turkey on Thanksgiving, how it makes you really tired. It's the same thing because it's bovine collagen. And so if you even decide to make your own, of the bone broth, it could have the same effect. So I just thought I'd tell you that because that's what happened to me. I'm going to go back on it because I really liked the benefit of it, but I'm going to way lower the dose.
Yeah.
So I just thought I'd tell you so you could be aware of it.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try that out.
Yeah, you can make your own with bones. You make your own bone broth. It'd be a lot cheaper, because the containers at Costco, like a 1 pound container is like $35. And you do like a scoop a month, but you could make bone broth really cheap and have the same effect,
Yeah.
But I just thought I'd tell you in case you were to do it and do it daily, that you're aware of the possibility that it could have that effect on you like it did me.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. That was another reason why I decided to cut back on my meds, because since I've been in the camper, my pain meds I'm assuming that's what it was, hadn't been affecting me this way, but I got so I was tired all the time. You get kind of a little bit of a pep off of the pain med, and about 3 hours after I take it, I just get real sleepy and nodding off,
Yeah.
and I don't like that, and end up sleeping, in increments. Uh, be up for 4 or 5 hours, and then sleep for 2 to 4 hours, and then be up
Yeah.
for
Hate that.
4 to 6 hours, and that whole process has been that way for the last 2 to 3 months, and since I've been cutting back on them, I've been sleeping at night again, and I'd rather sleep at night than be
Good.
up. I don't
Yep.
like sleeping all the time. It just
Yeah.
I'm,
And Mac, that was my problem is that I would get up, I would sleep all night, and then I would get up for 2 hours and have to go right back to bed. And I was like, I must be dying. Something is really wrong with me. And I just don't go to doctors. I don't trust doctors. I won't go to them. I know you need to, but I just won't. Just
yeah,
because of the past, what happened with my husband, I won't go.
yeah.
But I was like really kind of scared and I was kind of just trying to ignore it. But then I figured it out on my own. And thank God I did because now I'm like 100% better.
Yeah, I've always been 100% against the medical system, and if the pain hadn't got so bad last winter, down my spine and around my rib cage, I couldn't even carry firewood. I couldn't. Then it just
Yeah.
got worse. And then I couldn't walk, and
Well,
it was either that or die. And
Mac, the fact is, there's times we have no choice. We have to go. You know what I
yeah,
mean? But
I
I just
tried.
was in denial.
I couldn't find nothing naturally to handle the pain. I was eating 3 ibuprofen, 3 Tylenol 6 times a day, and that
Yeah.
started eating. I got a cast iron stomach, and that started making me sick. And when that started happening, I had to have something for the pain. When I first went to the doctor, they put me on meloxicam and gabapentin, and that was just like lightly hitting. I mean, the ibuprofen and Tylenol done way better.
Yeah.
And I I kept telling her I don't want to be on narcotics, but I need something because the pain's just excruciating. And I mean,
Yeah.
I've endured a lot of pain in my life. I got a high pain tolerance, but it
Yeah.
was
Me
eating
too.
me down to. I looked at some old pictures of me from back to like in March and April last year, and I did. I looked like death warmed over. I had black circles around my eyes, and
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my god. And
Mac,
I
I
am
can
so
tell you this. I can tell you this though. When I was on the collagen, I have two bad shoulders that, from lifting hay bales and taking care of my husband, taking care of horses, taking care of my mother. So my shoulders are bad.
yeah,
And I'll tell you what, it's the, when you lift your arm and it gets caught and it's just like excruciating. It
yes.
took all of that away,
You know what
completely
that's
took it away.
called?
What?
Adhesive capsulitis. I've got it in this shoulder. It's just developed here in the last 6 months because
Uh-huh.
I always sleep like this with my arm under the
Yeah.
pillow like this, and now when I reach to do anything, it hurts. When I put it up just now, it hurt quite a bit. But if I reach back to do anything with the dog, it'll lock up, and
Yep.
it is like some really sharp pain.
But
My
Mac,
pain meds don't even stop the pain from it.
Mac, I'm telling you, as bad as mine were, that collagen took it away completely. It really
Okay.
did. That's why I'm going to go back on it, but I'm going to go back on it on such a low dose that it doesn't make me sleep all the time.
Yeah, I'll try it out. Me and Matt Chad was actually talking about collagen a couple hours ago when we first got on,
Oh,
and
really? Okay.
yeah, I went to the doctor, my primary care, about 2 months ago, because I wasn't getting answers from the oncologist about any, the shape of my tumors, where they're at, and locations are important for me. The one that I had in my spine, is it gone? Is it coming back? What's going on? So I
Good.
went to her, and she ordered 3 MRIs. I was in the tube for 2.5 hours, and
Wow.
that's when they found out I had that adhesive capsulitis in my shoulder, because I said I'm really concerned about it, and they was wanting to put me on this new drug for bone cancer, because the tumor that's on one of my ribs had started growing into the bone, and they was concerned about that, and couldn't get no answers from anybody. And
Hmm.
my oncologist, he's from India, so he doesn't really understand me. I don't understand him, and I told her, I said, I need some answers. I said, I can't keep doing this, and I don't want. I done the research on the drug, and it was for people with bone cancer. And the girls at the specialty clinic, when he's there, they'll come in and talk to me, and I ask them the questions, and so they could relay it on to him. And I said, I'm wanting to get implants, and what I have to have all dental work done before I can ever take that drug. And once I start taking the drug, I can't ever ever get implant. I can't have nothing done to my teeth. Everything's got to be gone. You know, that could possibly go bad. Everything, because this drug will actually attack your jawbone there's something specific about it. And I didn't understand all that. Well, how's that any different if I got to have a shoulder replacement? And do I have a tumor in my shoulder? Is that why I'm hurting so bad? And anyway, I forgot why I started telling you about that, but yeah, that's how they found out I had the adhesive capsulitis. And I'm not taking the drug. I told them about the implants and stuff, and the oncologist, he said, no, you don't have bone cancer. We just want to give it to you. It also helps strengthen your bones. And he said, we don't have to give it to you. He said, go get your implants, go get your dental stuff done that you want to do. Because I said, I don't want to go the rest of my life with no teeth. You know, I've got a real nice upper plate that I should wear, but I don't wear it because I just don't like it. It gags me. And I can get implants for $8,000, and they're not the high dollar ones. They're still kind of like a denture, but they pop into place.
They snap in, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I've never had a price quoted me that cheap, and
no, that is cheap.
I'll find a way to come up with $8,000 if there's a chance I can get it. And I'm not going to die anytime soon. I mean, if I thought I was going to die this year, I wouldn't even worry about it. But
exactly,
you know, it's and he said no. He said go for it. He said we don't have to give you this drug, and so I'm real happy about that.
Good. So to change the subject, Mac and Shad, do you really think that these elites are eating people, baby bodies? Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you really?
Yeah.
They say they do. It's part of their ethos. It's part of their religion.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? I mean, how disgusting.
Some of it come out in them files that got released. There was mentions of stuff.
Yep, beef jerky.
God.
Yeah.
I mean,
Terramar.
I mean, I'm just like in shock. All the things I'm seeing, I'm like, is the world really this evil?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's been that way for thousands of years.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, all the old historical prophecies and everything talk about cannibalism and eating the young and getting the life out of them. That adrenochrome thing that everybody was talking about a few years ago, that's a real thing.
This is like more worse than a horror novel. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah,
it's true.
That's what me and Mad Chad was talking about last time we was on, and we're at the point we need to be getting some torches and pitchforks. You know, our ancestors would have done that over a Frankenstein monster. What are we going to do over the Epstein monster?
Right.
You know,
and you know what, Mac? What's scary is there's so many of them. So many of them are doing it. Like I was reading the other day, some comments that were made by Chrissy Teigen.
Oh God!
Like a model married to a singer, and she was making references to little kids and pizza and things like that. It was really weird. Yeah.
Look up Terramar. That's the actual religion of Jeffrey and Ghislaine. Terramar. Terramar. Right, Terramar. People of the ocean, and basically wherever they believe that that's her name, Abramovich. Thank you. I can't share it anyway.
Hey,
Terramar. Thank you, Region 9. Terramar. That basically whatever the ocean touches is their land. So yeah, they talk about that. It's like I said, it goes back to the whole Anunnaki epics of Gilgamesh and this is Babylon, right? Babylon.
I mean,
Jezebel.
When I would ever hear it before, I would just be like, "Oh, that's fake." That's not true. That's just fake. But now I'm really beginning to wonder.
Yeah, I've been saying this for years.
Wow.
It's not something. It's not a conspiracy. They say it themselves.
Yeah.
There's books. There's movies. There's religious scriptures they have, if you want to call it religion. But I mean, that's what they believe. That's what they preach. That's what it's everything. And now it's mainstream. Now it's being thrown upon us. The parade of debauchery. And that's part of it.
Kind of like with the Olympics and the openings and stuff, the half times and stuff. It's shocking. I didn't watch it, but
Yeah, Dionysus, their banquet of souls, basically. So it was the Dionysus. Look into it, Marduk. Yeah, Marduk. Thank you, Region 9. Dionysus. He was basically that god, that fat god that basically they had a banquet of babies and they would all have debauchery sex with each other.
Oh my God.
And it's to have that ritualistic orgy. They're ritualistic ecstasy. So they would go through this ritual and have this ecstatic feeling, and that's what they were going for. That's what they bring to the people to destroy and convert and subvert a nation.
I mean, it's hard to understand how they could get any enjoyment out of that, but I mean, how do they think that that's even a good thing?
Well, we don't understand that process. I can because I've been in we you kind of feel it when you're young, right? You feel that ecstasy, that desire, doing something that's taboo, doing something that's wrong. You know, there's an appeal to that, especially with the younger, right? And that's how they bring in the young people. And as a young person, you want to be a bit rebellious and go against the grain. Even if it's be part of a revolution, be a part of some type of something.
Right.
And now but it comes from something very, very old. This is an old evil, older.
Wow. It really makes me not want to trust anyone.
Exactly.
Honestly.
Exactly. Especially if they say they're from the government, or
Right.
something.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, all the Abramovich or whatever her name was, Maria Abramovich, spirit cooking, all of your what do you call it? The entertainment industry is into
Lady-
that crap. Exactly,
Lady Gaga.
Lady Gaga, Abramovich.
Yeah. And like Mac was saying, even with the
Everybody.
churches, you can't even trust them.
Yep, they bring it right in. It's like I said, it's a parasite. It's a virus, and it literally works on your deepest, darkest taboos and desires.
My question though is honestly, like, how do you feel good about what you're doing? You know what I mean? Like, how when you are a good person, you feel good about who you are. Like when you're being like that, how do you feel good about yourself? If you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand that.
Because it's evil. We only understand good and small elements of evil, but pure evil is kind of like pure good. Pure
Okay,
evil
yeah.
gets massive enjoyment and pleasure and satisfaction out of doing pure evil things.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that makes sense, Mac. I
I wish I could share your comments, everyone. Oh, Banff, yeah, you're right on the money. Region 9, right on the money.
Comments. I can see
Okay.
the comment.
I can't bring it up on the screen.
It's on my screen.
Zohar, redemption through sin, Zohar, yeah.
Wow.
They strive for evil. And it's a means to an end, right? That's how they conquer. That's and their whole goal is to destroy the world. Literally. It's called Tiamat, the god of chaos, the god of destruction. That's who they
why-
follow.
Go ahead.
How did it get so bad though? Like so many people in it. How did it get so bad?
They've been in the shadows for thousands of years, running the elites, being the elites, running the country, running the nations as they see fit. And now, just now, they're starting to do their phase where now they're infecting. They have the ability to infect the whole population of the world.
Yeah. And I guess if they're buying people off, like, oh, like Epstein, oh, I'll give you a house and I'll give you this and I'll give you that. And all you got to do is this, it's tempting to a lot of people, I guess.
Yeah. And Go ahead, Mac.
Clear back when the Hebrews come out of slavery in Egypt and they wandered around the wilderness for 80 years, when they were finally allowed to go into Canaan, the land that God had gave to Abraham, God told Joshua to annihilate whole tribes of people, everything, the animals, the kids, everything. And and people say, "Oh, what kind of evil God would do that?" That was the whole purpose of it, because of the rituals that they were performing. God wanted it gone, and that was the whole premise behind the whole annihilation, the ethnic cleansing, or whatever you want to call it, of certain tribes of people. And Israel did not do that. They allowed some of them to live.
Yep.
It's so confusing and so hard to believe. Honestly, I'm having trouble wrapping my brain around it, honestly.
Of course. But now that it's in our face, now it's in, like OVP said, this isn't a leak. They threw it in our face on purpose.
Yeah.
Right? It infects, and it because it also humiliates. So it's part of the humiliation ritual as well,
Yeah.
right? And that's part of subversion as well, is humiliation, demoralization, destabilization, crisis, normalization. That's the steps of subversion. And yeah, it's through the perversion, and it even, and the humiliation, right?
Yeah.
That's why all the religious elite and everybody have all these bunkers around the world, because that is their goal. They want to destroy everything and build back a society that is based off of that, where we are nothing but cattle
Okay,
to them.
Blackbird.
Huh?
Oh, I was so sorry, Mac. I just answered Blackbird. She told
Oh,
me to look at Sodom and Gomorrah, so
yeah.
I will, Blackbird.
Yeah. Yep. Sodom and Gomorrah. I mean, that was their shining cities on the hill of straight up debauchery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Babylon, that's where the ruling Jews that are over there now got their start in Babylon with the Talmud. And when the Babylon captivity was over, and they allowed the Greeks allowed the Hebrews to go back to their land, it was the cabal that came with them, and they were part Hebrew, but that they brought that whole Talmud thing with them. That's why Jesus railed against the Pharisees so much and said, "You're a den of vipers. You're sons of Satan," because that's who they were. They were these kind of people.
What is a Talmud?
Go ahead, Matt. I'll let you explain that one. You're deeper read than I am.
Well, it's an ancient form of Israeli religion that's based on this evil.
Oh, okay.
It's more of a mysticism, kind of like a Kabbalah, right? Kabbalah, but it's twisted and evil. It has a lot of financial, things to it, so it would entice them with financial, being richer, being that kind of aristocrat, and it kind of set the mood for the rest of the evolution of it to what we see with the elites nowadays. That's where you'd have those your traders, your little, like, I want to be the best trader and I will cutthroat everyone, literally, to do it, right?
Yeah, Blackbird.
That-
I just, I don't have exposure to all this stuff, honestly.
I've been watching Cha-Cha evolve for years here on this channel.
Now I'm a cussing, drinking, hellion.
Axe throwing, knives, and yeah, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that Kabbalah worship is a lot bigger than most people realize. It's even
And
infiltrated into churches, regular Christian churches.
yeah. And I always see the word, Talmud, but no. I always see the word, I always thought it was pronounced ball, but I guess it's,
Oh,
yeah. What really is that?
okay. So in the Anunnaki, this is the Anunnaki, right? You've heard of the Anunnaki.
Yeah.
Uh, there was a god named Marduk, and he was the great destroyer. He was, and so from him came Moloch, Marduk, or Moloch, Moloch, and Baal, right? And so it's just a same variation, same thing where Inanna being the first to Ishtar and Isis and all that. So and they bridge different cultures and different religions, and of course they come up with different names. So many names, many names. Your name is Yiddy. Yeah, so many names. So they keep changing it. That's why I like to always go to the root, right? The root of all evil, the root of the truth, the original truth, because that's what they do is they have to keep changing the packaging,
Do
right?
they teach about Baal? I guess Oops says it's pronounced. Do they teach about Baal in church or no?
It's
As
in the
an evil
Bible.
god.
Yeah, it's in the Bible. Yeah,
It
yeah.
is.
Well,
Wow.
yeah. Right. And that's the version that the Israelis, the Hebrews encountered was Baal, right? And Marduk and Moloch.
I think the Marduk one they call Moloch, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, Baal is the same thing. It's all to homage, and he requires uh, daily innocent sacrifices of babies.
Geez, where have I been?
This is history. I mean, welcome to history, and welcome to watching history in the making that we're a part of now.
I didn't pay attention to history because my brother was dying.
I mean, this is a different kind of history. This is the history that you have to actually look into. It's not taught in the books. Yeah, it is. It's not taught in your schools. It's not taught. It's being used against us, right? And make no mistake about it. They don't consider themselves satanic or devilish, right? This is a time before devils and ancient Satan. They are the ancient evil, right?
You know, I read a teeny bit about it, and nothing against anybody if you're Catholic. I have Catholics in my family, but I read that about Catholic Church, about how evil it was before it really, got really big. How it came about was pretty evil.
And it still is.
Yeah. Yeah.
They say that their claim is that it was built on Jesus said, "On this rock I will build my church," talking about Peter. And it wasn't saying he was going to build the church off of Peter. It was the concept that he was God in the flesh. And they took it and twisted it and built this whole religious society to counter the true pure form of Christianity. That's why the Romans went on a killing spree of Christians for like 300 years or whatever. They wanted to annihilate Christianity, and then it got rebranded, and Constantine he became Christian, and
Yep.
so they messed Christianity and Catholicism together. But one thing people don't know about, okay, here in Western society we call it Catholicism and Protestant. People think that's the two, and you go back historically and research it. There's actually three. The Baptists were not ever Protestants. The Protestants came out of the Catholic Church. The Baptists did not. The Baptists were the original pure form of Christianity, and they've been infiltrated bad. I mean, bad. The Baptists have. I mean, and that's the way Satan destroys it. Is he infiltrates? It's more than just just out to destroy you in your face. He infiltrates people into the church, and they become clergy, and it becomes a spirit thing. Where this infiltration brings spirits in with them that transfer on to other people, and it destroys it.
I mean, I know it's not ideal, but honestly, I kind of feel like my own little bubble's not a bad thing.
Right. I guess. Yeah. Me, I'm obsessed with knowing and knowing the true nature of the evil.
I like knowledge too, Shad, but I like general knowledge, not not so much but knowing the bad, because I feel like it just honestly drags you down, and
It does.
you
There
know
is
what
a
I mean?
weight.
Like
There is a weight.
I don't want that heaviness on my soul. You know what I mean?
There is a weight, but I
Yeah.
have broad shoulders for a reason. So
You have what?
I have broad shoulders for a reason.
Oh. And what is
So
the reason, Shad?
what?
And what's the reason for?
It's to know thy enemy, to know thy enemy,
Expose him.
to expose them, to expose the evil, to fight the evil. I mean, there's so many aspects to it.
For me, the heaviness on my soul, I just would rather keep the evil away, honestly. That's just
Well,
me.
ignorance is bliss.
To some degree, yeah, it is.
Ignorance is bliss. And so, and Odin said this as well. Knowledge and wisdom and enlightenment doesn't mean happiness at all.
No.
I've met the most happy, the happiest people I ever met in my life were some of the poorest, ignorant people in the world.
Yeah.
And I love seeing that. I love seeing people, Chacha, you're in your innocence of the world, right? But I was obsessed with knowing things and knowing where things are in the world, how things work. So
But
yeah, I'm special. Yeah, I'm
Shad,
special.
is it innocence or ignorance?
Well, I mean, you tell me. I don't know. I don't have innocence anymore.
Naivety and ignorance can also cause you to be prey to it, because it'll slip in little ways that don't really look bad, and then you
Yeah,
start
you know what,
incorporating
Mac?
things into your life. And
Exactly.
Yes, I agree with that, because
Exactly. And it's
I'm
exactly what's happening to our youth because they don't
yeah,
know.
and I'm definitely too trusting of a person. I know that.
it says in the Bible that my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, and that is so true. People just are not informed, and a lot of people, a majority of people, it will end up destroying them, because they may not even get down into the spirit cooking and the whole eating babies thing, but they start leaning that way. And if a tree leans this way, when it gets cut down, which way does it fall? The way it's leaning.
Yeah.
Wow. When it's harvested. And that's part of their thing too, harvesting. They sow their seeds and then they cultivate and then they harvest.
I mean, Shad, so don't you think that with all your research and stuff that you know about all this, doesn't it weigh heavy on your heart?
Yes. Yes, it stains me
Yeah, so why would you want that?
because I can carry it. I know who I am,
Oh.
right? I'm not susceptible to their their brainwashing, to their soul washing, right? Their infection. I mean,
Okay, KY.
Hawk's mustard seed is awesome. Yep. But it for me, it's knowing who I am, and seeing it in my past, right, and seeing it in the future, the present and the future. It does change you, but it actually it strengthens my resolve even more. To fight this and to get the word out and to be aware of it.
But you know what, Shad, the thing of it is, I want to look at the world. I want to see, like, okay, when I go out or I think about the world, I want to think about there's good people, not
And I
all
do
the
too.
bad and evil.
I do too. I'm not. There's no. See, you're thinking that just because I know all this forbidden knowledge that I forever will feel that way. I will, but I also see the good. I also see the beauty in life, and I see that as well, and I experience that as well. So to know good, to know true, to appreciate good, you got to know some evil, right? You got to know what the good and the bad is, the good, the bad, the ugly. And life is beautiful in the world, in the universe, and it's a lot. That's why I dive into and I choose to know, right, what they're doing, and go down that deep dark
bloody, shitty abyss that they have, right? Because I want to know the heart of the enemy, right, before I strike at it. You know, I got to know where the heart is. They keep
Yeah.
changing, moving their heart. Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like it's kind of depressing. you
It
know.
can be, it can be, but you have to, you have to, you know, not be depressed. You got to work on that. You know, it can be very depressing, but
Yeah.
uh, make sure it doesn't have a mouthful of teeth, right? And it really doesn't, because everything they have is based on lies and suggestions. I mean, there's no strength to what they do. The only strength they have is in lies and suggestions.
It's like there's no limits to what they'll do.
That's exactly right. You know, that's, I mean, they get more and more onto their cause. It's strength in numbers, and so that's how they do it. That's how they breed. That's how they infest. That's how they you know, propagate, is through this the ignorance, if you will, the ignorance. And I don't say that, you know, because blissful ignorance, right? You know, I don't know these things, and next thing you know, boom, you're in that culture, and next thing you know, you're putting a baby in your mouth to eat it, right? And
Oh
you're
God, no.
doing debaucherous things, you know, crimes against nature. You know, I mean, literally, crimes against nature, crimes against God, whatever you want to say. You know, uh,
I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I did that.
they do. They do, because it literally changes their mind. It changes their soul. They enjoy the humiliation of themselves. It's they, because they rationalize it in a different way. They see it as, well, if they can go through the humiliation process, then they in turn are masters of humiliation. See how it works? So they now know how to have true power through humiliation because they felt it themselves.
That's a good point right there. What Obama is saying. They weren't brought up with moral boundaries.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, it's they do this to their own children.
Yeah.
For generations
Ugh.
and generations, because their humiliation is constant, allows them to control themselves, control their bloodline for thousands of years.
Hmm.
It's, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I
they also introduced stuff like the baby eating babies and stuff in through our food supply, and people are eating it naively. And see, they can they have no problem with tricking you into participating. And you know, you're eating, and then you're going to see Lady Gaga, and you're dancing, and you're praising the spirit that they're of. Uh, when it gets, because they're feeding you, and you're worshiping. If I'm making sense, am I making sense, Matt Chad?
Yep.
yeah, you are, Mac. I just don't
S&M,
know if I'm ready to
sadistic.
I just don't know if I'm ready to throw away my rose colored glasses.
And that's what I love about you, Josh, is that you're willing to hang on to that, you know.
There's a
Yeah.
fine balance between knowing and being naive, and a person on their own individual level has to reach that
Yeah,
point where
you're
they
right,
can know
Mac.
things and not
Like you
let it
can be aware of it, but not want to be too immersed in it. You know.
or participate in it, even
Yeah,
naively
exactly.
participating.
I
The
don't want to
food
be
supply is a
immersed
big
or
thing.
participate.
Infiltrating our food supply is one of the biggest humiliation things that people knew. They would be
Yes.
angry, disgusted, humiliated. You know, it just
Yes. If
they've
people
been
really knew, they wouldn't eat out at all. They would only
Right?
raise and grow their own food.
well, clear back in the like 70s, the whole abortion industry, they were taking them aborted babies and making makeups out of them. That's been going on a long time. And, you know, you're smearing baby parts on your face and on your lips and on your eyes, you know, and
Right? Oops.
Stem cell research, you
yeah.
know, aborted fetuses.
You know what's scary to me is like, I mean, you guys know, like I said, I've been in the woods a long time, and I'm just now, which I haven't done yet, like get out into society, which I want to do. But it's kind of fearful too, because it makes me worried, like how do I really know I can trust someone? Because you think you know someone and then you find out you really don't. And that's kind of, I think, what's kind of holding me back to really put myself going out into society.
Yeah, maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. I mean,
No, I don't think it is
that's only a question you can answer. I can't answer it for you.
I don't
You
think
know?
it's a good thing, Shad. I think I need to do it. I think it's just a matter of how do you how do you really trust someone and know that they're for real when people are
Yeah.
such good liars, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And everything you see and hear is a lie. You know, like you know.
Yeah, you don't know what to believe.
Yeah.
You just don't know what to believe anymore.
That's why I was obsessed with knowing all this knowledge. So now I know what to believe. And I know what not to believe. Now I know what their message is. Yeah, when they feed it to me, their lies and suggestions, I know the truth. I'm like, nope, no, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, because I've been around people that I really, truly, 100% trusted, and then found out that I was wrong. Like they totally had me, believing they were something they weren't.
Yeah,
And if you know that person for years and they've fooled you that long, like how do you really know? How do you really know somebody's truthful?
that's. I mean, discernment.
Yeah.
Learning discernment. Uh, trusting. It's it's a blend of mind and heart and gut. You know.
And listening to that when you feel it or you hear it. I have to be reminded of it all the time in life. It's like the pill
Yeah.
thief. The first time I looked in his eyes, I seen evil there. And in my condition and the church, they was helping me. They put me up in a hotel.
Uh-huh.
And when I called the ambulance, I entrusted them with everything that I had there at the hotel, my car, my backpack of meds, an envelope with almost
Yeah.
$1,000 in it. I just, here you go. I got to go take care of myself, and
Yeah.
if
Right,
I'd have
Black?
listened to that gut feeling though, I wouldn't have probably got the help and been in a hotel. And, I had to break down my pride and just finally go back to the medical system because they couldn't figure out what was wrong with my leg and why I couldn't walk. And they were trying to tie it back to the spine surgery. And it wasn't, I know it's not the spine surgery. I feel like my leg's broke. I've
Yeah.
never had a broken leg, but it was a femur pain. And,
Oh,
but if I'd listened to my gut, you see what I'm saying?
yeah. That makes sense, Mac.
And hindsight is always 2020.
Mhm.
Right.
And
Right.
that's the learning lessons is having that hindsight, not to, okay, next time I know, when I see that look, I already knew this and listen to your gut, find another route, if need be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can. But there's also you can also get mixed signals.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's the thing
Yeah.
too. Is your heart and mind and guts. We hear it. The voice tells us the truth, yet we interpret it a different way, or we don't put as much weight on it, or there's something in the way. There's blockages. I mean, we can get esoterical. The whole energy and stuff, and of course, Christianity with the being in touch with God and being a pure person and living that has a lot to do with it. It's our mindset, our emotions, right? Our emotions play a big part in the lies, and that's where they get you. Is they go for your emotions.
Yeah.
Your all that stuff. It kind of clouds your judgment, and you don't get to hear God's voice. You don't get to hear what your heart is telling you, what your gut is telling you.
Yeah.
Your mind, your analytical, your it's yeah, exactly. They know human nature. They know how we work. They know how we are easily led astray, and we all are. We all are. That's to err is to human, to be human. I mean, we all make mistakes constantly. So it's hard to make that discernment. Is what I'm seeing or hearing and feeling and touching. Can I trust my senses? Yeah, right, Ohio. Corey Feldman told us about this in the late '80s.
I'm not missing anything, KY.
Yeah, Kentucky. Stay home. Just stay home. And a lot of people do. I mean, that's okay, right? And a lot of people, that could be the most dangerous foe that the enemy has, is people that just wanted to be left alone. You just couldn't do it. They wanted to be left alone. Yet here you are at my doorstep. Well, guess what? Here it comes. Yeah, dogs have a very good. Some dogs, most dogs, but once again is that primordial. That primordial thing takes over sometimes, and it's okay. It's good. I like to be in touch with my primordial animalistic nature, but once again, I am human, and so I have to try to rise above that as well.
Society's ability to discern and read things is kind of it's been manipulated by entertainment and TV and all this. And like, okay, I got an eye patch, and it's common in movies and everything. The guy with the eye patch is usually a bad guy. And I can walk into a grocery store, Walmart, or anywhere, and walk down an aisle. There'll be some parents with a couple little kids, and they're grabbing their little kids and pulling them over on the other side of them.
Really?
I'm like, really? Oh yeah, it happens all the time. It's been happening most of my life, shit like that.
Really?
And, yeah. I'm one of the hardest. I'm one of the hardest books to read in reality, and
you got that massive intimidation factor. Right off the bat.
I'm surprised they can't see that you're a good man, Mac.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not out to convince anybody anymore. It's just take me as I am, or stay the fuck away.
That's right. Take me or leave me. I don't care.
Then you stand with Israel. I mean, interesting. Y'all want to talk about Israel? Israel is on the fast pace to be independent from our support. We've been supporting them for how many years? 80 years now. I mean, literally in everything that they do, billions of dollars and everything goes to Israel been that way for 80 years, and now Israel is like, we're gonna back away and do what we want now. Make them flinch. That's right.
But they fly that flag with what they call the Star of David, and there is no mention of a Star of David in the Bible anywhere. That Star of David's actually tied to the Cabal. I've got a Kabbalah symbol in the house there. My last actual girlfriend, I call her Blackanese. She was half black, half Japanese, and she was into a lot of that stuff, and I didn't know it, the full in-depth knowledge of it. And after I'd kicked her out of here, I found this metal thing. I'll send you a picture, Mad Chad. I just went and pulled it off the fence the other day. Was underneath the mattress on my bed, and when I found it, I knew what it was. It's a Kabbalah praying thing. They put it in front of them when they do their prayer, and I took it out back and popped a couple of 230 grains through the middle of it and hung it on the fence just as a sign for everybody. This is what I think of you. And I forgot why I started telling you that, but the Star of David. I watch movies on YouTube, and there's one on YouTube from 1951, 3 years after Israel became a nation, and it's called David and Bathsheba. It's actually a pretty good movie, but all through that thing, King David has that 6-pointed star on his clothes and on a flag on the wall, and yeah, the Star of David has nothing to do with the Bible or David. It didn't exist back then. That's all part of the Cabal, the Talmud, and all that shit. And 3 years after they became a nation, Hollywood was already promoting that concept of the Star of David, the brainwashing.
I'm sorry, Blackbird.
Yep, the Star of David, the sun over the mountain. You see a lot of that in the communist and Marxist idea, symbolism. sun over the mountain kind of thing, you know. The cross said it came from the Crusades. Well, and of course Jesus Christ, but the cross, and of course the swastika, right? The swastika was originally the Dharma wheel, right? In Buddhism, roll the Dharma wheel. But everything gets hijacked, everything gets rebranded. That's the thing, is the constant rebranding of symbolism. It's you gotta. That's why when I see things, I'm like, wait a minute, I know what that means. I know what that came from.
Yeah.
Knowing the truth, the original. Get the first issue of the comic book. You're like, oh, okay, I know what you're all about now, right? Yeah, there's a store I found in Cleveland. They've got the Cleveland flag. Look up the Cleveland flag. It is the star with a C over a mountain. There's no mountains here in Cleveland, and it's blue and red, right? It's a Marxist occultist symbol, right? That's what they promote, and it's all about, for them, it's like a way of virtual signaling, right? And it's that forbidden knowledge, and those in the know, right? And more people that worship and idealize this symbol, it garners power and strength, and that's part of their magic, that they feel. And it's the same way with just about anything, if you think about it. So yeah, like Dearborn, Michigan. But knowing what that means, it might, and for us mere plebes, it seems innocuous. It's like, oh, that's an interesting choice of artwork, and then you look into it and you're like, wait a minute, what the fuck, right? You have that what the fuck moment, it's everywhere. It's absolutely everywhere, in your face at all times. Yet we never see it because we don't know.
Yeah.
But there are of us that are in the know, right? You said Star David and things of that nature. It's a star. Once again, it's a star. It's a pentagram. It's a new guest. Let's see. Hold on. Stand by. Okay, what do I do? How do I get to that? I'm trying to figure you out. Okay. Boom. Okay, and then boom, and then now I can check, see who the guest is. Where'd the guest go? No guest. Okay.
Yeah, that one
Very
hand
true,
signal.
Blackbird.
This one here.
Right.
That's commonly portrayed that's a symbol of the 666 and the
Right.
Illuminati and all that.
White
And
power.
there's old Christian singers from like the 70s and 80s called Bill and Gloria Gaither. And a lot of the hardcore independent fundamental Baptists would not listen to that kind of music. It was more contemporary, and they dressed in like purple and stuff a lot, and painted up in real heavy makeup, which are both like not really biblically accepted. But you can go back and watch their old videos, and some good songs, but they're always doing that hand sign. And I that was all part of that infiltration of the church back years ago, to make them more contemporary, to make them more streamlined with society, and
Or the pointing downward, like God's finger pointing downward kind of thing, or whatever. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, they do it a lot too. I mean, you'll see it, of course, the hand in the lapel, right? That's another sign. There's a lot of things, and it's also very innocuous. This right here, okay sign, actually comes, like the term okay, and that term, which is worldwide and universal for being okay, right, used by everybody, came from the 1800s presidential elections. Yeah, yeah. There was a guy named Kinnenbaum. and he was running for president. I think against I forget, maybe Andrew Jackson. I'm not sure, but it's very common to have just flash mob rallies, and they would your president the presidential campaign, be hundreds, thousands of them would just come running through the town, and they would also walk through Congress. They could get into Congress and kind of flash mob in there. And this group came in going, "Okay, okay." They were chanting, "Okay, okay, okay," and everybody's like, "What the hell? What does okay mean? Okay mean? What's that mean?" Well, it meant that meant old Cannonbaum, which was the candidate. And they were trying to say that he was an old guy. He was an old homesteader. Da 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 da. He trapped beaver in his canoe, and he was a man of America kind of thing. He was a pioneer, a frontierman. This is the guy we want for president. And they would shout, "Okay, okay, okay." It also meant in old German administrative work, like if you were reading a document. This is talking about like office work. This is old German office work, which is what they did back in the day here in America. It was part of the standard. Is you would stamp all correct. Okay meant all correct, so they would stamp it as this document has been vetted and deemed to mean okay. This is all correct, and they would stamp it with okay. And so that it took off throughout the whole world. Okay, so that's what that's supposed to mean, is O and K. Right, so you think about a K, right? That looks like a K, right? Okay, and that went all across the world. Everybody just like okay, but that's the true original. Well, not the true original. I mean, it's probably older, of course. There's all kinds of different signs and shit, right? Just the eyeball, the one eye, right? All that crap, the whatever. In what you're talking about with it also means white power and all kinds of other stuff. But that's what we gave to the world in the 1800s through our presidential campaigns. Is okay. So thank you, world. Yeah. You're welcome, world. Yeah, you're welcome.
I did a fact check just to see if you were right.
Of course.
So what was his political platform? Was he Illuminati, or was he just an actual American that just wanted to straighten some things out?
No, he was. He lost. He did lose. I think he lost to Andrew Jackson. I think it was, which he was known as Old Hickory, right? And those groups, his presidential group, his campaign group would run through the town with old hickory sticks and branches and beat people. But I mean, I don't know what Cannonball was into. I think he was a very milquetoast kind of guy. I think he was more. I don't know. I'd have to read into it, but he didn't survive. He didn't make it. He didn't become president.
He didn't fit the narrative.
Well, back in that day, it was a lot wilder. Our politics were pure until about Abraham Lincoln. Things were very pure. Very, very grassroots, very pure, very, very still revolutionary, kind of constitutional, from what I gather. There was still a lot of, you had the whips, and you had different groups that were trying to be more British. And there was anything that was British was just shunned. Was like, no, hell no. Hell no. We just fought a war against them too, actually.
2 wars,
right? Yeah. 2 wars, 1812, right? Or 18, whatever. Yeah, we just fought 2 wars, and we're pushing everybody else out. The French, everybody else, right? That wants a piece of this pie. We just push them out. No, we're not going back to the whole bourgeoisie kind of thing. Yeah. Oh, it was wild. I got this book, and I thought it'd be boring, but it is absolutely fascinating. It's the history of presidential candidates and their campaign. It's just, it goes all the way up, I think, past John F. Kennedy. But it's some of the early days, man, they were just wild. There were beatings, there were stabbings, there were literally fist fights in the Congress, in the White House, or, all kinds of shit. It was
Wish
just
they do
wild.
that again.
Yeah, right. I forget where it's at. I think it's is it Thailand or Vietnam? You go to their parliament, they literally have like fist fights and riots in the parliament, like just beating each other in the face.
I wish they'd beat each other.
We need to get back to that.
Yeah.
Right?
Tar, feather, rails, ropes, guillotines. Gangs of New York's good movie. Sounds kind of like that. Yeah. So even in our 250 years, man, we have a very rich history already, and a history of defiance, right? And I hope we never lose that, ever.
I don't think we will.
It gets smaller and smaller.
True. But there's always going to be the ones that don't give up.
Yep. That's a stubborn lot.
Pookie Boo. Pookie Boo.
Yeah, there was a guy that was an alleged time traveler, John Teeter. I'm sure you're familiar with him, Matt Chad.
I've heard that name. Yeah, I think I'm familiar, a little familiar.
He came back supposedly from the year 2035 or something like that, and said that he was from a new America that had went through a nuclear war and a big civil war, and that there was a lot of Waco and Ruby Ridge style events leading up to it, and I can definitely see that happening. I'm not saying John Titter was real. It's a very interesting story, but
sorry, Mac.
that's all right.
Blame oops, he made me laugh.
So I've got this idea and I might do this with the membership, but I love my lowbrow comedy, and I'm going to kind of just allude to it, and I'll give it out in the memberships. But I want to rewrite some of these woke ass songs, and I have rewritten "Pink Pony Girl."
Never heard of it.
Pink Pony Girl. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club, or the Pink Pony. Yeah, Pink Pony Club. I'm sorry, Pink Pony Club. So it's a very gay song. That's just gay. It's gay is gay. She even says it, and what her name is, Marone Chaparral. So it's my war against their debauchery, but with my own debauchery. So I have rewritten the song to "Big Titty Girl." Yeah. So yeah. Big Titties Girl. I'm going to rewrite the song. I've already rewrote the song. I just got to sing it. But that's my plan going forward is, okay, fine. You're going to throw me some gay shit. Well, I'm going to turn it around, make it more manly. But yeah, if you're not familiar, like I said, the entertainment industrial complex is here to literally warp the hearts and minds of all the boys and girls and men and women and make them debaucherous. And so why not do it myself? Fine, I'll do it. I'll take it upon myself. And so yeah, I'll rewrite their songs.
That's the way you fight back.
Right. And I do it subconsciously to fight the mind virus, because it is a mind virus.
Yeah.
And it's such a horrible song. It's such a catchy tune. They know the cadence that gets stuck in your head. Right? You ever had that song get stuck in your head and you're like, God, I hate this song, but it's stuck in my head. Well,
I had the same thing with Pink Pony Club, you know, and I'm like, God, this is horrible, and it affects you. It leads, like you were talking about with somebody was talking about vexation. You get vexed on something, and it starts to, you know, erode at you and work on you, and that's how they get it. That's how their magic works. So I have my own magic. I have my own magic to combat their magic. Yeah, fuck your magic, right? And it's just a mind trick. It's a mind trick, right? You know, that's I don't know if you ever heard about like counter interrogation techniques. So anyway, you know, mind palace, building your own mind palace, and all these kind of things. That's part of it, right? So I just did it, and I was just like, yeah, that works. So it negates their magic, right? So there's ways to fight their magic, and it's not magic, right? It's a way to you know, basically mud butts and pookie poo. Okay, oops, all right. It's a way of combating their. I wish I could share it. I can't.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I was talking to my dog when I said pookie poo, and he said mud butt and pookie poo.
Yeah, I heard you go ookie cookie, all cute and shit, talking about pookie poo. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Why do we baby talk dogs and cats? Wooty wooty wooty.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. He jumps up on here and puts his head on my shoulder. I just love it.
My new nephew showed Suicide Boys. Oh man, if you'll play the guitar, I need some. And you know what? It took Gore to the band Gore. They covered Pink Pony Girl, and that's kind of how I did it, is in that voice of Gore. Yeah, you know, it's Pink Pony Club. Oh, Josh, I'm Pookie Poo. Oh, really?
No, you're mud butt.
I'm Mud Butt. Yeah,
You'll
I'm
always
Mud Butt.
you'll always be the bacon burning mud butt.
Well, thank you, Chacha. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I'm glad you see me in that light. What's up, Michigan Outpost?
Well, how can I not? You actually had a video burning your bacon.
Yeah. Oh, Gore in my car with Billy Ocean. Yeah, that's epic. I like covers. And Gore is like they'll destroy a song.
Hi,
Yeah.
Outpost. Good to see you. You were asking about me? Oh, so nice. Thank you. I thought everybody just forget me.
CUCB Farmer says good morning to the cows. Yep. I talk to Red Maple all the time. I talk to Cha-Cha all the time. Yeah, Gore is badass, and they troll everybody and everything. I like it.
What do you mean you talk to me all the time?
No, Red Maple and Charity.
Oh.
Oh, and I tell you, you know, there are things that happen in my daily life or whatever, and it inspire me. I'll think of you, Cha-Cha. I'm like, yeah, she's talking about bacon. I smell bacon. Damn it, Cha-Cha.
Well, I'd rather it would be during the bacon than during the mud butt issue.
Well, there's that too, right? I think I even said that too one day. I farted and I was like, oops, sorry, I got mud butt.
Oh no. Actually, I thought about it last week too, because my dog had mud butt and I had to clean him up, and I was like, mud butt.
You're like, oh no, you got shad butt.
Yeah, I got shed mud butt.
You only see Gore. If you've never been to a Gore concert, go and get a white T-shirt and get on the front. Get in the front of the stage. Get right in front seat row. It's like a Gallagher show. They will spray you with all kinds of stuff, green, reds. Your shirt will be like permanently stained and painted. You know, but yeah, they're this is a twisted reality.
Caffeine and cannabis, breakfast of champions. I used to do that. I do like the butter. I like the butter in my coffee. That's that. If I want to, yeah. If I ever have like a just
In coffee? No.
cannabis butter.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh yeah, green butter. Yeah, we're talking about green
Okay.
butter.
Hi, 420.
Or
Gotcha.
20 lodge. Yeah, now we're talking. I mean, I don't. I haven't done it in freaking almost a year, but yeah, it's good stuff, man.
Mm.
It's different because anything you consume cannabis wise affects you longer and different. From Viking to mage. You know, I mean, yeah, hey, that's part of me, Kentucky, right?
Whoa, I made a horrible mistake. Last year I smoked some and then I had a glass of wine with it and oh my
Oh,
God, I didn't know and oh my God, it was awful. I was rolling all over the bed. I couldn't control. It was just awful.
oh man, yeah, you
I'll
gotta be
never
careful.
I'll never do that again.
Weed and wine, weed and beer, weed and liquor. It's yeah, your day is done.
I didn't know, Shad. I just didn't know.
Yeah, it's a different kind of high. It is you're drunk and high.
Oh, it was bad. It was
It's bad. It can
I
be a bad
literally
experience. Yeah.
it's like
Yeah, I've never been one that could mix the two.
went outside and laid on the ground.
So smoking, drinking, and then eating an edible. Oh, you're getting sick. You're gonna have mud butt, mud mouth. You're gonna puke. You're gonna shit. You're gonna sweats. You're gonna feel like you're dead. But it's an intense, like kind of. It's weird. You're drunk, but you're also high. You know, it's I don't like it. I like either being one or the other.
I would
Yeah.
never want to feel that again, ever. Ugh. That was bad.
Yeah, weed and wine. Yeah. Ugh.
Ooh.
No, thank you.
Uh-uh.
Why?
Oh, and I eat everything. I eat everything in the house. That's drinking and smoking. I eat everything in the house. Everything.
Yeah, I've never been able to mix the two at all.
I can and I will on occasion, but I don't like to. I mean, not anymore.
I know I won't ever again.
Unless I've got like a couple days to spend by myself.
It's not a good feeling.
Right.
Always
Oops.
get sick.
Yeah. But oddly enough, after you, if the weed doesn't wear off, and you're still drunk, well, no, if when the alcohol wears off and you're still high, if you take like vitamin C or eat something with vitamin C, it kind of helps you out a little bit. Orange juice, right? Like because it depletes your body. Weed depletes your body of vitamin C.
I didn't know that.
I didn't even realize I was mixing two things. It was like, oh, let me smoke a little bit. Oh, let me have a glass of wine. It wasn't like I really thought, anything about what I was doing.
Mm-hmm. You found out you're all restless nights. Yeah.
Oh,
That's me too. I can't drink and go to sleep. I can't smoke and go to sleep. I'm up. In 4 hours, I'm up, or 2 hours. 2 hours to 4 hours, I'm up, wide awake. Yeah, I probably got a headache. I'm like, this ain't fun. So
No.
wow, I've been on here for almost 5 hours.
Wow.
Wow, this is great. And thank you, Cha Cha, for like some kind of what'd you do? You did a super chat.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that's cool. And I have to get back on YouTube and see how all that works. I just monetized. I don't know what this is all about.
Unfortunately, Shad, with those, YouTube takes their 30% cut,
I heard they take half.
No, I think it's 30%.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which still is way too much,
Yeah.
honestly. That's why a Cash App is better, I think.
Okay. Let's see here. Just so happens I have one right here.
Cash App or
Money.
PayPal is better than
You
I know
know,
you were talking. I remember our conversation about that. You don't like Cash App because it wants all your information and
yeah,
stuff.
I finally got away. I got around that though. You know what I did? I closed the account and then excuse me, then I reopened it so they didn't require me the information. So um I got around that.
Wow.
They
Well,
only they only
I'll tell you about. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Chad, they only ask for the information if it's over 2500, and because I did give away 2500, it was over that. That's why they want, because they
Uh,
want to know where that money's going for illegal purposes. I don't agree with it because I figure, it's your
yeah.
own money, you can give it to who you want.
Yeah.
But once you reach that 2500, they start wanting to monitor you.
Yeah.
And so that's what that was about.
It's
I
just
see.
like using your bank account that they
Yeah.
over a
So
certain amount you got
I
to.
closed it and reopened it, and then it was like kind of starting over, you know.
I see. I will say that being monetized, I had to give up everything. I had to give a picture of my driver's license. I had to give
Uh,
them tax information, my social security number,
yeah.
my address, all that stuff I had to give to YouTube.
Right. Oops. KY. Exactly. I did have the spinning bed. It was bad. Not only the spinning bed, I fell off the bed.
Yeah, I used to hate that when I was a drunk. I would, have to sleep with my foot on the floor.
Oh yeah.
You keep the room from spinning.
Oh, that's the
Yeah.
worst.
Watch where you
But
donate. Rico acts right. Reason 9. Yeah.
but yeah, you should set up your PayPal too. Um, and that,
Get
like
to
I said,
leave
you
us
already
in
have your
there.
Cash App, but it just stinks that YouTube takes so. I think it kind of makes me mad when I think about how much money YouTube has probably made off of me and a lot of other people.
Oh
But
yeah. Yeah.
you know,
Right.
a lot.
What's up, meat puppet? They shit Cammy. Yeah.
Mm.
You had to leave us underwear. Meat puppet. Yeah. This is weird. I can't. It's hard for me to. I have to constantly push buttons to
I
get
mean,
things
I
on the
I
phone.
know YouTube has to make some money because it is a platform that a lot of people use and enjoy. But I just think 30% is really hosing everyone. I really do.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. But they have the best platform for you know for live streaming and
But
content and
still,
chat. Yeah.
Shad, 30% is a lot.
Right.
I heard buy a coffee is a good one to use.
Yeah, that one's a good one. It
Is it?
is.
Buy
Uh-huh.
me a coffee.
Um, who was it? The local prepper.
Oh God, local loser prepper.
He put a video out yesterday about one of the platforms that are now requiring not only the creators but the chat to put all their information because they want to try to limit what you can go and view based on your age. And if you don't do it, they'll use an AI to kind of determine by your speech or how you act and what you look at of your age. So he was talking about leaving. I forget what that platform was.
Rumble,
No, it wasn't Rumble. Uh, I'd have to go back and look. I don't remember.
Twitch.
Oh yeah, Discord. That's what it was. See you.
Oh yeah,
It was
Discord. Yeah, we heard
Discord.
about Discord.
And
Yeah,
so he was even talking like leaving it completely because of that. Um,
I think I'm still on Discord. I don't know.
and Chad,
Um,
I don't know if you're aware because I know you have issue with local prepper, and I'm not a fan. I'm just saying, I just wondered if you were aware that his girlfriend is fighting stage 4 cancer.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Sorry to hear
Yeah,
that.
I'm just saying it just because you might want to
Doesn't
just
make
like.
me like him, but
No,
Right.
I'm not
Yeah,
saying you
I don't
should.
like
I
him
don't
even
really. I'm
more.
not.
Doesn't
Listen,
make me like him more.
yeah.
no, I'm not saying that, guys. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is because I'm not a true fan either. What I'm saying is maybe just
Yeah.
go a little easier on him. That's all.
I'll
No,
keep him in prayer.
No.
I'll keep her in prayer.
Okay.
right.
I can pray for
I
him
wish
too.
I
You're
did.
supposed to pray for your enemies. So
I'm just that would be me if I knew somebody was fighting like struggling with
things like that. Maybe they're acting out of character based on what's going on in their life. That's all I'm
That's
saying.
fine. I mean, you're right. You're right. You never know what people are going through. Sure.
Yeah.
Right?
Sure. That's right. Thumbs down. Fuck you. Yeah.
Overall, I got nicer when I got cancer. I mean, I got a little pissed off because I told somebody and they had to tell other people when I was trying to keep it confidential because I never intended for all of YouTube to know about it. And, but other than that, I think I got nicer to people.
Wow.
I don't know CUV. I don't CUC. I know they were in the hospital or in a clinic yesterday. I only clicked on that. I don't really follow him. I just noticed that on that video that he was talking about with Discord that they were at the clinic.
Here's to her speedy recovery. Skull.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So other than that, I don't really know. Like I said, I
What
don't
kind
really
is it?
follow him. I don't know. I don't follow enough to know.
Mine was stage 4 renal cell carcinoma, kidney cancer.
Hers is stage 4, but I don't know what kind. But you know, I'm just throwing it out there. That's all. You know, just throwing it
Okay.
out there.
I don't know if it works on all types of cancer, but I hear nothing but good reviews on them infusions like I'm getting. And obviously here I am a year later. Well, I got diagnosed in March. I had it long before that, but the tumor on my kidneys half the size it was 10 months ago. And I'm pretty pleased. I thank God every day. I thank God I'm
Yeah.
still here. They told me in April I only had a 10% chance of living, and I couldn't walk and crawling in and out of my building, and that's a chore in itself for a healthy man. And I
That's
just I
amazing,
look
man.
back on everything, and it's just the praise and thanks that I have in my heart towards the Almighty's just
Yeah.
it flows out of me. Sometimes it makes me cry.
Aw. You know, I just, you know, I lost someone last week. They were diagnosed with pancreatic cancer 2 weeks before, and they didn't even last 2 weeks. She was
Oh,
gone within 2 weeks, and stage 4, within 2 weeks, she was gone.
yeah.
And so,
My condolences.
thank you.
Bye, con Dios.
Good. Very well. Skull.
Yeah. So, I'm tired of losing people.
Well, I mean,
I
that's how it works in this world.
I know.
I never
I know.
was like I mean, I wasn't cold hearted or anything towards people who got cancer. I just never really thought about all that sad, you know, and move on with life. And
Right.
I really pay attention now when I hear people got it, because it can be the mind battle itself is probably just as tiring on the soul as the
Yes.
cancer itself.
Yes.
And it's very important to have a support network, people that are supporting you and pulling for you. If you got people in your life that are saying,
Thank
oh,
you.
just take the pain meds and pass away, that ain't healthy for you. If you got
No.
people in your life that's wanting to argue and have confrontations with you all the time, get the fuck away from them. I don't care if it's your wife, get the fuck away from them.
Wow.
Right.
This is great advice too. I mean, yeah, I mean, positivity and that, you know, that will to survive, you know,
Yes.
it needs that positivity. It needs that
It does.
positive encouragement, you know.
It
Yeah.
absolutely does. And you know, my husband said that to me when he was dying. He said he goes, what I really love about you is that you always, you know, I would make him like vegetable protein shakes every day, fresh, you know. And he was like, I just love how positive you stay. He goes, it keeps me going, you
Yeah.
know. And of course he didn't make it, but I mean, I didn't want to give up hope, because to me, once you give up hope, you're done, you know.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you should, you like you, Mac, you just you kept fighting, and you made it, you know. Sadly he couldn't.
Yeah, my oncologist, he's from India, and he's like all grim and stuff, you know. And even my first infusion, he was still acting that way. And I said, dude, I'm going to live through this. I believe
That's
God's
right,
going to
Mac.
heal me. This is not going to whip me. And he
Mac.
just looked at me. He you know, and a couple times since then, well, you've got a very advanced state, you know, a very advanced, I forget what he called it, but It's proven the medical system out wrong, is what I'm thinking.
Mac, you know
Yeah.
what? When my husband first was diagnosed, we went into New York to go to the best hospitals, and we went to Sloan Kettering, because they're world renowned cancer place. And I'll never forget the doctor. He looked at my husband and me, and he said, "Well, there's really no point in going further because you're not going to live anyway." That's literally what he said to me. I left crying, and
Ouch.
I said to my husband, I said, "You know what? We're going somewhere else." And so we went to Sloan Kettering, and they treated him, and he actually lived quite a long time after that before it actually then went into his lungs and killed him. But he did get a lot of years after that from getting treatment from Sloan Kettering. Thank you, CUCV. So you can't even believe the doctors. You have to be your own doctor. You have to have the hope, and you have to fight, and you have to do your own research. I did a
Yeah.
lot of research, a lot of research. There is
Right.
a lot of mind over matter. I believe in that. Oops. But, unfortunately for some, it doesn't matter. It's going to take them no matter because it just wears them down. But yeah, I definitely believe in mind over matter.
That's right. That's right.
I got to the point where I wasn't even eating hardly.
Yeah.
It was literally eating me down to the bone, and then having the nerves pinched off in my back. My left leg shriveled up like a POW from Korea. I mean, my left leg that's been the whole building process, is building the muscle back in that left leg. I mean, my knee's this big around, and my femur's only like this, and I'm just very thankful. I am. I can't say that enough. It's been a really good process for me, and a life learning process, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. And I really feel for the people that it ends up taking.
Yep. I won't say any names because I don't want to, call them out, but it's something someone we all dearly love, um, on here. And I spoke to him yesterday, and he was saying to me, that people don't realize too, is that when you're dealing with this, how it can like make you just emotionally upset and frustrated over things, because you feel like things are out of control. So it kind of makes you really think, you guys, I'm not saying you're not, but that people need to be patient with people that might be going through these things that we don't know about, because it does affect what they're feeling, and they might go off the handle for some reason that's out of character because of that.
Yeah. One thing that was really taxing for me was pre-diagnosis, and I discussed it here on YouTube, the pain and everything, and I had people telling me I just need to get a hold of bootstraps, and I went to work for 2 weeks with this bad pain. So have I. I walked around with a broke foot for 2 weeks, and that really irritated me because people wasn't listening to what I was saying. It was real. I got to the point I could literally not carry firewood to heat my fucking loft. I was using a 2-burner hot plate, leaving it on, which is a fire hazard. I was leaving it on 24/7, just keeping it 40 degrees in there. And I'm thankful for Mad Chad. Mad Chad has just been nothing but positivity the whole time since I started saying I was in bad pain. That bro has not done anything but speak positivity to me.
Mudbutt, really?
Yeah.
Skull. Skull.
Thank God, Kiss Off. I'm glad to hear that.
I mean, I wish I could do more,
Oh, you've
We
been
all
great,
do.
bro.
We all do, Shad. We all do.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. But
That's why I told you in that text that one day I don't trust most people, and especially, well, I'm not even gonna go into it, but I have complete trust in you. You're not Christian, and I trust you with everything. I wouldn't have a problem going to the hospital and leaving my dog and everything with you if it
Mac,
came
I
down to
was
that.
going to say the same thing. I would trust Shad
Oh,
with my
man.
dogs, and there is not anybody that I would really trust with
I
my
would
dog.
love to hang out with the dog. I would all day long. That'd be cool.
I would
No, I didn't even tell you about
definitely
Granddad. Granddad was trying to take old dog from me.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, he
Oh
said
my
that he thought it's after I got out of the hospital. He said I thought seriously about just filing legal paperwork and taking the
God.
dog and taking care of him. I said I'd have
Oh,
killed your fucking ass.
yeah.
Don't you realize that? And he said, well, yeah, I did think about that. But really, here I've been showing you nothing but respect, and you would even think about something like that.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
I don't speak to him anymore. I just
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I inherited 3 cats from a woman that died.
I'm glad you're okay, Cheryl.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, Matt Shad already said if I go on the road and I break down, he's going to come and rescue my dogs.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
They'll be running around in the back of the Suburban just going, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'd help you.
By the way, I checked out. I did some research on that. There are actually. Tasha, we were talking about that, like pet
Yeah.
transport.
Yeah.
There's businesses out there. There's one I found
Oh,
that
cool.
they are amazing. And I feel bad, but I kind of lied and priced a trip from Oregon to Florida. It was about $4,500.
Wow. Well, that's okay if
And
you lied. A lot of people check out prices that way.
and I still got their information and everything. So smaller dogs they kennel. They have a van that they kennel them in,
Uh-huh.
but every 4 hours they get out and walk
Uh-huh.
around, run and pee and stuff.
I've
They get
seen
all
that too. Yeah.
yeah, they get treats, they get love, they got a dedicated team.
Wow.
It's a 2-man team or a 2-person team in a van, and they drive cross country nonstop. Right,
Wow.
keep going. One sleeps, one drives, and they're like they're like dog people. They're like animal people.
Yeah.
Right, a larger dog, they will literally put him in the back of the van by him. No kennel. Just
Oh,
here's the back of your van. Here's all your toys. Here's pillows, and like I was talking about,
yeah.
they do that. And whatever, if you got special medications, but it was like $4,500.
Wow. So have you considered doing it, Chad?
Looking into it, you got to have some, you got to have a animal transport license. You definitely got to have a large insurance thing.
Yeah.
You got to have that. But and the logistics, so you got to have a vehicle that is up to like top notch, up to par, all the maintenance, everything ready to go. Like it would not break down. They don't want no breakdowns.
Yeah.
And a spare vehicle on route somewhere just in case.
Wow.
And what they cater to is a lot of she said a lot of basketball players, a lot of basketball, a lot of rich people that go and travel all over the place, and they want their pets with them, and so.
God, though, if you could get past those parts of it, it sounds like it could be very profitable.
Yeah.
What a cool job too.
Yeah, and the person I talked to, she had been doing it for like 30 years, and she goes international. She was actually going to El Salvador to pick up a dog and fly it back.
Wow.
They fly with them. They don't kennel them in the bottom. They fly with them, and everything.
Wow.
I'm like, wow, that's interesting. But there are others that literally just ship a dog. It's in a kennel. It goes in the bottom of the plane, and good luck. Right? Yeah. They drug them and all that, or they kennel them into a big supply van, drug them, and that's it.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, vans have windows. Yeah, but there's some really good ones out there that they are dedicated to this.
No, I mean putting them on the belly of the plane and drugging them.
Right. Yeah, that's not good.
No. So are you considering it, or is it just like too much logistics?
It's a lot of logistics, a lot of traveling, a lot of time. I don't know. It would be cool, but it would be.
I mean, it'd be a great way to the country too.
Oh yeah, yeah. But and also it's not just one person. It's not a one person job. Like right. So
yeah. True.
But
I
Well,
wish
you
the
got
days
plenty
would
of
come back.
people
You could
that
do
would
stuff
work
like
with
that
you.
without all the paperwork. You know, it's like transporting
Yeah.
anything. I used to have a F-350 Super Crew, Triton V10, and I was going to get into transporting like cars and stuff.
yeah,
And that was 15 years ago. And looking into that, even back then, you had to have all kinds of shit legally, you know, to be able to do it.
yeah, right. Yeah, I mean,
Why,
we still do, I guess.
Region, why does the van need windows?
Dogs love windows.
Oh. So they can hang their head out.
Yeah, absolutely. Gotta get some. Gotta smell the air. Gotta feel the wind in your hair. Right?
Yeah.
Man, I'm trying to get this. I can't do it. Why won't it do it? Anyway.
Rape van. Oh
Oh.
my god.
Oh yeah.
I
It's
mean,
been a good
Shad,
way
you
to
got
spend the
enough
day.
people on here that you wouldn't mind doing that with you. I'm sure there'd be volunteers. But it's logistically coming up with the money to buy the vehicles and do all the licensing and all of that.
And keep it going. I mean,
The pet carriers.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
And there's also you got to talk about networking. You got to know where all the accredited good emergency vets are at all times wherever you're going.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely.
And if something breaks down, boom, you gotta change out vehicles, right?
Right.
And keep
Right.
going because you got a deadline to meet. Deadline to meet. It was interesting when they were going to literally drive from Oregon to Florida in 3 days. I was like, wow,
Wow.
3 days. What did you think about what was you came up with Cha? You said like it was going to take you like a week.
No, well, with the dogs, but when I drove from there to here, it took me 4.5 days, but it would have been 4 had I
Right,
not hit a huge rainstorm in Chicago. I would have been okay with 4 days, but with dogs and having to stop every 4 hours, that's going to take more time. So they must be having more than one driver because
yeah. They had a husband and wife team
yeah,
that like the Banff Spife. You said possible team driving. Yeah, nonstop. They just drove nonstop. One slept, one drove. One slept, one drove.
So they got to be doing at least for 3 days. They got to at least be doing like 15. I drove 10 hours a day. So they have to be doing 12 to 15 a day for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And they don't just leave the dog alone in the they're in the back too with them.
Yeah.
Hanging out, playing, whatever.
That's good. Yeah.
It took me 28 hours to drive from Macon County, Tennessee to my area. And I was driving an old 1-ton flatbed Ford, had 456 gears, maximum speed on. I mean, that motor was wrapped tight at 60 miles an hour and pulling a load. So they're up hills. It was like 30 miles an hour. And that was a long ass trip.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I didn't think about that. Yeah. It takes longer, more load, right?
Yep. And the more stops. And with dogs, you're going to have to make more stops.
I drove it straight through.
Wow, man.
Almost every trip I've ever made across the United States, I drove straight through.
I could have
without
drove
any chemicals. I mean, coffee, but no chemicals.
Yeah, I could have drove more than 10 hours, but honestly, for safety reasons, with it being nighttime, I just was pulling over at night to get off the road for nighttime,
Yeah. Well, it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
you saying that rainstorm in Chicago. I've hit rainstorms like that where you down to like 20 miles an hour. 'Cause you
Yeah,
couldn't even see
Mac,
the
it was
highway in front of you.
yeah. I was on a bridge too, and it was like flooding the bridge. It was torrential. It was so scary. I couldn't see, and it was pouring, and on the bridge was flooding. Oh my God, it was awful.
I'm that guy who just keeps pushing.
Yeah.
I just keep pushing. I might slow down, but
Yeah.
I just keep going. Like, oh, thunderstorm, let's go.
I can
Oh,
understand
it's hail.
that being
I
a dog.
have taken shelter in a hailstorm before.
but that's about it. I just didn't want a cracked windshield.
Yeah.
I could have pushed too, but like I said, at night going on the road like that, I just wanted to get off the road in case of breaking
Shit.
down.
At night, I'm 100 miles an hour. Let's go. 120 miles an hour.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you're not a woman by yourself either.
No, it's
That's
true.
even more so.
Right. I mean, yeah, if you are a woman, you should be doing 120 miles an hour. Don't catch me. Catch me if you can, right?
No, I mean being out at night like that on, because some of these roads are really desolate. When you're going cross country, some of them
Yeah.
are very desolate roads.
Yeah.
I mean, I
I
was
hope
on
you
the
travel
road.
armed, don't you?
Huh?
You travel armed, don't you?
That's another
Oh
conversation.
yeah, absolutely.
Good.
But at the time, Mac, at the time I was traveling before the one time before, I wasn't armed because I didn't have a gun at that point, and two guys did try to run me off the road, and so I wish I had had a gun then, honestly. Yeah, I definitely would have pointed it at them, at the very least. Did I lose you, Mac?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'm just quiet and listening.
Right, Boo Butterfly? I would
Uh,
have definitely pointed it at them.
yeah. Well, there was somebody else that told me, and I told them to quit telling me other people's business. But they were saying you was thinking about going to these homeless areas and giving out food. Be real careful doing that. That's so dangerous, Cha-Cha, for a woman by herself.
I know, Mac. I know. I know. But, if you're there to help them, I don't know that it would be that bad.
No, I mean, there's a lot of positive to it, but there's that one crazy nut job that, and the whole sex trafficking thing.
Yeah.
There's so
And
much
if
in this
they're
world now that's like,
right. And
you
if they're
know,
on drugs too,
yeah,
know.
he might see
on
you as an
drugs.
alien or a demon coming down to, you know,
Right. Right. Actually, I saw another woman posted on another site, and she was for local, and she was talking about doing it. So I thought about maybe hooking up with her so we could do it together.
there's a couple of YouTubers that do that. One of them, she's like Filipina or something. It's Jenny or something like that.
Uh-huh.
And she makes food every day and takes to the homeless in her area. I forget where she's at, but
Yeah.
and I think she does a lot of it by herself, but she knows most of the people. She's done it for so long, and
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah, there was
that
one lady. There was one lady that just posted. I was thinking about hooking up with her too. She just did a chili and cornbread, and went down to the homeless area and just gave out bowls of chili and cornbread. And I thought, that would be someone I could hook up with.
yeah,
Already knows the community of the homeless.
I want some chili and cornbread now. Wow.
I do
Yeah.
too.
So,
And if you're familiar with the people and you've been helping them and stuff, they'll kind of watch out for you too.
Right. Once
But
you
you got
get
to get your foot in the door there to where they trust you and they like you, and
right,
because they're really skeptical. They're getting scammed and robbed
of,
every day, and
of course.
it's a crazy life out there on the streets. And
Exactly, exactly. And I thought too, I'll bring some dog and cat food with me so that, I can give them stuff for their dogs and their cats. And, now we're getting kind of out of winter time, but I thought even like buy some, like doggy coats and things like that so they can
yeah,
have, because a lot of them, they let them sleep under the blanket with them, but I'm sure they would like to have like a raincoat for their dogs and cats.
yeah.
Right? Oops is not the truth.
yeah, I'm trying to put it on the screen.
Give me just a minute. I'm gonna go refill my coffee.
Yeah, I gotta heat up coffee too.
Okay, I'm drinking beer. Skull.
Oh my god, beer. Ooh.
It's 2:30. I can drink beer now.
11:30 here, Shad.
Oh well, I mean,
I'm still
You're-
on my coffee.
you're in the past. Yeah,
I'm still on my coffee.
yeah.
Oh,
Well,
lemonade might be nice to bring too. Oops, that's a good
some
idea.
lemonade. Yeah, get some.
Lemonade.
You know, centrist in them, right? I mean, that's a problem. I mean, think about it in a
Yeah.
like in a ship situation. Scurvy is real, right?
Right.
So you
Right.
need that vitamin C. You need that shot
Exactly.
of vitamin C. Lemonade's a best good source.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Oh, right. What am I doing? I'm pushing a lot of buttons.
So are you giving up on your pet transport, Shad?
I mean, I never even started, but I
No, but
mean,
I mean, are you kind of just gonna let it go at this point now that you've
you know
done that?
what? I wouldn't mind doing it like local, like in the state,
Oops.
or maybe like a state over or something. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Would there be that
Cross
much?
country.
I don't know, Shad. Would there be that much demand for just in state? Really? Somebody is
Um,
say, "Oh, I could just do it myself,"
right, and that's how I got out of it. And I said friends are going to do it. You know,
Right.
uh,
Right.
although
It
you,
almost seems like it has to be a cross country thing.
right? Yeah.
Or at least like just the East Coast or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'm giving up on it. But would I do it? Would I do it like say cha cha? Would I do it for you? Sure. Right. Yeah.
Do what?
Like transport your dogs. You know.
Oh, hey. Okay,
You know
I
what I'm
pay
saying?
good.
Like
I tip good and I pay good.
I look at this way. You already paid me. But
No,
uh,
no.
yeah. But friends and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. I'll tramp. I'll do whatever. Whatever you need.
Cool.
Right.
Cool.
I'm trying to. Yeah. Well, if you're like, that's where I'm at. I always put hot chocolate mix in my coffee. It's like liquid crack.
Yeah, pretty good.
Because I know
And
you guys are.
yeah,
I know you guys are all against Disney World, but I'm going to Disney World.
hey, have fun. I mean,
Do you?
Huh?
yeah,
I said, you
yeah.
do you.
You do
Yeah.
you, boo. Have fun in Disney World. I mean, that's cool.
I know everybody's against it, but I want to go.
I
Actually,
think that's part of the problem with this country. I mean, boycotts do some good, but
You said you do.
one of the things that does more harm is everybody else trying to control everybody else's fucking life. I'm
exactly.
about my life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, and I give two
Exactly.
fucks about your opinion about what I do in my personal life.
Exactly, Mac. Absolutely 100. Absolutely. And that's what I want. I just want to go there and I kind of, my thought is okay, it's a fun place, everybody's happy, having fun. I just want to go and eat all the food they have and and just walk around with happiness and look at the fireworks and that's just what I want to do and I'm going to meet my sister there. So I just want to do it.
Yeah, right on. No, this is not Bud Light. I would never drink that swill. Are you kidding me?
Only
No, this is Great Lakes. Great Lakes. This is Great Lakes. Check them out. They're a great company. Great Lakes
There's some
Brewing. This is Conway. My
only
Irish
problem
ale.
is Only problem is I gotta bring 4 dogs, so I might be calling Shad to come and
Oh
rescue
my
my
God.
dog.
I'm in Ohio. That's like I'm as far away as you are from freaking Florida. Well, okay, all right, whatever. 3 o'clock in the morning. All right, I'm coming.
Yep. You have to
But
haul.
I mean, I've seen a lot. Disney World. Now that Star Wars is part of it, they do a lot of Star Wars skits,
Okay.
and they've got Darth Vader out there and stormtroopers, and they're doing these little skits, right? And they've got their voices on megaphones, and they've got pretty cool the Transformer, that insults everybody. But nothing says cute like a little baby Yoda fighting Darth Vader with a lightsaber. I mean, it's like literally a little
Yeah.
kid dressed up like Yoda, like It's okay. That's cute. All right, cool. I've seen some of those videos. Yeah.
I still like a lot of the old Disney stuff, like
Yeah.
Scrooge McDuck and them kind of cartoons. They used to be in book form more than cartoons. I think I had books like that when I was a kid, and the old movies like the I think it's made by Disney. The Mountain Family Robinson. You ever see any of them?
Yeah.
They're free on YouTube. The Shakiest Gun in the West. I don't remember if that was Disney or not. That was Don Knotts.
Yep. Don Knotts.
Yeah.
The Apple Dumpling Gang.
Yeah. I still enjoy shit like I got a whole playlist full of stuff. Abbott and Costello.
Abbott and Costello. Yeah. They were classic. Man, they were classic.
Yeah. There's one called The Time of Their Lives, and Costello was like part of the revolution. He was the local tinkerer who traveled around fixing people's pots and pans and all that kind of stuff. And him and this woman got murdered. They were supposed to be the ride that happened with Paul Revere, and they got caught and killed and dumped in a well and cursed, and they were stuck in that area on that farm. They couldn't leave until their name was cleared. And so they lived there 100-some years, and then somebody bought the plantation and restored it back to the original thing. It's a real good movie. I just watched it the other night. It was just funnier and shit. I like it.
Wow.
Like the Minions.
The Minions. Okay. Yeah.
I don't guess I ever seen that.
The Minions. Once again, little cute Minions that were working for it.
The little yellow guys.
Yeah. Some have 2 eyes. Some have 3 eyes. Some have 1 eye.
One eye, yeah. They're just
Working for an evil scientist.
Yeah.
See, I see that part. I'm like, you know. Right. And the history. I mean, Walt Disney, man, wow. They got all that land from the government. All that swamp land from the government. Through nefarious means, of course. And Walt Disney was a part of that evil empire that we speak of. But he was all about. He had an affinity for cartoons and cartoonists and things of that nature. But so,
Right.
and he was absolute addicted to drugs. Everything he done everything. Like he done LSD. This is back in like the 40s and 50s. He was doing everything. Right. There used to be a rumor. I don't know. He's not a Marine, I don't think. But the rumor was that he got kicked out of the Marine Corps for doing LSD. But yeah, he was a wild child. But hey, Walt Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah. Talk about a deep diving. And of course, he had ties to the first. It wasn't the CIA. It was something called something else. He had ties to that, and all that. So, yeah, there's some crazy stuff, and I mean, there's a lot of that's right. There's the Club 33 Club in Disney. Everything is 33. There's 33 chairs. There's 33 doors. There's 33 windows. There's 33 dishes. There's 33 everywhere. That's it. So when you go to Disney, you can see that too. Club 33. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I forgot about the region. Huh?
I wonder if Disney has a left-handed store. I want to find a left-handed store.
Fucking Musketeer. Under Disneyland. Yeah, there's an interesting infrastructure under and around Disneyland. Like, I've never been there, but I've heard these stories and watched the videos. They have like the service tunnels that people walk, and they walk their route and they empty all the trash cans, and you never see them do it because they just open up a door right in front of the trash can, dump the trash, and poof, they disappear. So
to have something like that under my property.
That would be amazing.
I dug a tunnel a few years ago out of my building, and most of it collapsed.
Seriously?
And so I just caved it in because it was dangerous. This is a lot of sand in this soil around here. And, it's just not stable enough to trust a tunnel system.
Yeah, you have to shore it up really, really good. You got to make sure that it's packed. Basically, the best way to dig a tunnel is to dig a very large hole, pour concrete, make a corridor, and then cover it back up. That's the best way. Yeah, it really is. Unless you're in an area, with a lot of clay and gypsum and things like that, that you can tunnel through, like Vietnam. So it's very important to check out what's underneath you. Yep, miles of tunnels.
I watched that Andersonville prison movie again the other day. I hadn't seen it in years.
Andersonville prison.
What's that about, Mac?
It was a POW prison that the South had to put Yankee prisoners in, and it was just a nasty stench, evil place. There was a gang in there called the Raiders, and when a new group of Yankee soldiers had come in, they'd say, "Hey, come over here. This is the best place." And when they got them over in their camp, the whole group would jump them and beat the hell out of them. And here, there'd be another 1,500 other Yankee prisoners in the same yard. It was on like, I don't know, 10 or 16 acres or something. And they let it go on. And these Raiders were like eyeing up everything. They were rich, had whiskey and all kinds of stuff. They collaborated with the guards and got supplies in. And a group of them decided to tunnel out. That's what made me think of it, was talking about tunnels. And I don't know, probably 15, 20, 30 of them went out the tunnel one night, and only one of them made it away. The rest of them got killed or captured.
Damn.
And there was this one guy. He was like a stand-up guy. I liked him. And he kept warning the leader of them Raiders, these are fellow Yankee soldiers and sailors that were beating them up and stealing their shit. And he kept warning them one day, and a new group came in one day, and he just flipped out and went mad, picked him up a club and started walking through the camp. Who's with me? Who's with me? And pretty soon guys started pouring out their makeshift tents and stuff, and, half starved and half mutilated themselves. And the whole camp went over and just beat the piss out of these Raiders. And, of course, people wanted to hang them immediately. And some of them were, like good soldiers. And they was like, no, they deserve a trial. And, they finally got them talked into it. The camp commander who run the camp set it all up for them, and they tried the 6 main ringleaders and hung every one of them. And they had a defense lawyer even that stood up for them and said, well, it was because of the conditions drove them to madness, and so they done these things. It was about survival and all this, and all the witnesses that had witnessed this and seen stuff happen, they were like, no, we're still federal soldiers and we're held by a code of conduct. It really a good movie. I really enjoyed it.
Anderson. It's called Anderson Prison.
Andersonville.
Andersonville.
Mm-hmm. It's free on YouTube. It's probably a 2.5 hour movie.
Wow.
It's based on a true story. So.
Oh, interesting. To check that out.
I'll have to look it up.
Well, boy, I tell you what. Yeah, I'm gonna get off of here. It's been 5.5 hours. It's almost 3:00. I've been sitting on my ass since 9. Oh my God, I can feel it too. My ass hurts. And I'm drinking beer, and it makes me want to do something. So,
That's probably the mud butt that you're feeling.
I knew that was coming. Right. So thank you all very, very much for hanging out with me. Thank you, Cha-Cha. Thank you, Mac Actual. Good seeing everyone in chat. Bam. Good to see you, bro.
Bye, Mac.
Yep. Mud butt Cha-Cha.
We'll see you, Cha-Cha. See you, Mad.
Yep. Everyone.
Thanks for having me.
Bye,
Thank you. Thank you very much. Y'all have a good night or a good day. And go. I can't find the button. What? I can't find the button to turn this off.
Bye, Pilgrim.
What the hell? How do I find the button? There it is. Okay. All right. I just had to type something. There you go. All right, everyone. Thank you very much for hanging out with me on this lazy Thursday afternoon. Started in the morning. Here we are. So everyone, have a good day. Let's go.